Transformation through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey? Through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey? Through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey? Through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey? Through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite you to stand for the national anthem. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Minister without Portfolio, Economic Growth and Job Creation. Her Excellency, Ms. Marian Van Steen, Head of Delegation of European Union, EU. Professor Michael Taylor, Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, University of the West Indies. Our Chairman and Convener of Acorn, Mr. Milton Samuda. And I see Mr. Mills, Ward Mills, Honorable Douglas Arain, who always sits with the students. Mrs. Eleanor Jones, wearing multiple hats, may I say today, Chair and CEO of Environmental Solutions, member of Acorn, and I would say the wind behind this summit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all who are here this morning with us at Terra Nova, and those who are watching it virtually, we welcome you all and say very good morning to you. My name is Mina Israel, and as a member of the Acorn Group for some 14 years, I am truly honored to be chair of this opening session, the signature event of Acorn's 25th anniversary celebrations. I'm pleased to welcome our outstanding professionals and experts, and I see some sitting right before me, who will be sharing with us today, who will be taking the message, requiring us to really listen and discuss the issues of climate crisis, which require all concerted attention, and most importantly, climate action. A hearty welcome to the sponsors who have come really on board to support the dissemination of all this information you will receive today. Our title sponsor for this summit is the European Union, and I'm so happy and grateful that our Ambassador Van Steen is here to share with us today. Welcome. Sagicor Jamaica, Jamaica National, the Wisinko Group, you continue to demonstrate your commitment to sound environmental management. We also recognize our supporters, Jeff, Environmental Solutions, TVJ, JNN, Terra Nova Hotel, and Samuda & Johnson, Attorneys at Law. And I see Mr. Chris Samuda is representing the firm today. You have provided such great support for our anniversary celebrations. Throughout the morning, I'm going to encourage all those who are present to enjoy the fare of Wisinko that they provide outside. Lots of water, true juice, and a number of other products, while Terra Nova will provide coffee, tea, and whatever you'd like throughout the morning. And then we'll break at about 10:30, and then you will have a real heavy fare. By then, I know we'll be hungry. So, you know, a lot of people will say, Acorn. What is Acorn? Who is Acorn? Well, to answer that question, I'm so pleased to invite to the podium our chairman and convener, Mr. Milton Samuda. Milton?
Thank you very much, Mina, and all protocols having been observed. Let me add my bit of welcome to those present and those online. As chair of Acorn, apart from welcoming you, I have been instructed by Mina to tell you a little bit about us. So this year, Acorn celebrates 25 years of existence. And this event, to which you have been invited and attend, is the first of 3 events celebrated this week. We're an unofficial group dedicated to the transformation of Jamaica through social dialogue. We're comprised of some 40 senior members of the Jamaica trade union movement, private sector, academia, the public sector, and civil society, seeking to foster industrial harmony and facilitate social partnership around a broad agenda dedicated to making Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. Now, in 2003, Acorn authored a paper called A Social Partnership Framework Proposal for Jamaica, which began a stream of developments. The Partnership for Progress and the National Social Partnership Consultative Committee between 2003 and 2007, the National Partnership Council and its Partnership for Transformation in 2010, followed by 4 agreements bridging the aisle: the Transformation in 2010, the Code of Conduct in 2011, the Partnership for Jamaica in 2013, the Partnership for Prosperous Jamaica in 2016, and in this year, the Partnership for Jamaica's Strong and Sustainable Recovery. So against that background, one might ask, why a climate summit? Why have we partnered with the European Union and our sponsors Terra Nova and Visinca, Sagicor, Jamaica National? Why have we partnered with them on this topic when our history is social dialogue? Well, precisely for that reason. Because the climate change is of such an existential threat to survival of man and a grave and present danger for SIDS, small island developing states like Jamaica, that it demands a united response forged through social dialogue. Acorn promotes social dialogue as a means of affecting policy and making sure that what we coalesce around is in fact for the common good. And climate change, ladies and gentlemen, is palpably real. It is ongoing and relentless. And this summit is designed to draw attention to the urgency for all of us to respond effectively to its implications, bearing in mind that, as usual, Jamaica has to be first in everything. And we will be one of the first countries to experience climate departure, of which you will hear more later. And so now, Madam Chair, it gives me great paternal pleasure to do my next assignment, which is to introduce Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility for water, environment, and climate change, who from his early days at prep school has been an environmental advocate. And I believe there's floating in social media, Minister, video evidence to that effect. He has a strong background in the private sector and has served as president of the Seaview Gardens Football Club, president of GDUK. He was minister with special responsibility for correctional services in the Ministry of National Security. He has served as a director of the Agricultural Investment Corporation and chairman of the Bureau of Standards. His 2016 appointment to the Senate saw a focus on environmental policy, resulting in the 2019 ban on single-use plastic bags and styrofoam. In March 2020, he was sworn in as Minister without portfolio, assigned to the Ministry of National Security, as I said, before being entrusted with his present portfolio, in which this year alone, he has represented Jamaica at the Caribbean Regional Heads of Government meeting preparatory to COP27 and the UN Conference on Oceans in Portugal and Kenya, co-chairing an interactive dialogue in Lisbon with Secretary John Kerry. I now invite Minister Samuda to address us and to declare the summit officially open. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, everyone. I must tell you that was a rather strange experience, being introduced by the chairman of Acorn. But it's indeed my privilege to join you this morning. Discussions and fora such as this are critical to getting the nation to coalesce around the approaches needed to solve national problems. Transformation through social dialogue is an interesting concept, but it is absolutely necessary if you are going to get climate change mainstreamed. I've had the privilege of working with one Miss Una Mae Gordon, who I saw just join us. The first concept she introduced to me related to climate change was around mainstreaming climate change. It was getting it accepted by all sectors within society that you had to plan around it, you had to invest in the adaptation related to it, and you had to get society prepared. This sort of social dialogue creates a basis for that preparation. It creates the introduction, or furthers the introduction, which has been happening, I think, over the last decade or so, for the financial institutions and indeed the broader financial architecture of the country to green its business and to ensure that its investments mirror the risks. Now, I've looked at your speaking list. I'm sure Prof. Taylor and others will certainly articulate what those risks are. And they're indeed real. But there is a concept that I think, or rather, there is a reality that we need to face. Climate change is not some far-off foreign concept that we are preparing for. Climate change has already occurred. Now, the climate has always been changing, but rather the rate of change is already affecting the weather patterns that affect Jamaica. In May of this year, for instance, Kingston and St. Andrew would have had rainfall reflecting 11% of its 30-year average. The very next month, it had rainfall 148% of its 30-year average. Our weather patterns have already changed. They've become very erratic and very difficult to plan for. Infrastructure in Jamaica, even when planning was done well, I'm not sure when that was, but even when planning was done well, was never built to take a month's average of rainfall in 30 minutes. There is no budget in the developing world that can build a drain to take 30 days of rainfall in 30 minutes. The reality is, as I said, climate has changed, and we have some responsibilities that we must live up to. In the climate change space, there are three subtopics that form buzzwords and become difficult for the public to understand. You hear mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. And oftentimes when you hear people discuss it, you realize that they're blurring the concepts, they don't fully understand. And precisely for that reason, this sort of social dialogue is very important. Mitigation is a tough topic for developing countries. We didn't emit and cause the problems. We just didn't. The climate has changed because developed nations have developed by emitting carbon. They burnt coal, they burnt oil and gas, they pumped smog into the air. The world has gotten hotter. We are suffering. That's the reality. It's not that we are going to suffer. We are already suffering. If you look right across the Central African belt, if you see the droughts that are taking place in places like Kenya and Rwanda, we are already suffering. If you look at the storms that have affected Dominica, Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, and virtually all of our brothers and sisters in the Eastern Caribbean, even in Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, certainly in Haiti, we are already suffering. And we're suffering on the back of these emissions that we didn't cause. We did not have the benefit of growth economically that would have facilitated our development on the back of those emissions. So fast forward, you're told to mitigate. And you should. There's a moral imperative too. You can't do the same thing that is drowning you, killing you, burning your forests. So there's a moral imperative. But your development challenges haven't changed. In many ways, because of the increased instability, your debt challenges haven't changed. And now there's this challenge of adapting, if possible, to the changing climate and the changing weather patterns. So mitigation is cutting your emissions. Jamaica is taking its steps to cut its emissions. Jamaica was the 11th country in the world to submit its updated NDCs. It takes into consideration the role of its forests. It's why we're now above 25% of our land mass being protected as we barrel towards 30%, not in 2030, but in 2025 or earlier. So even though we've given a commitment for 2030, we will surpass that and then submit updated targets as we expect to go further. We've also said we'll cut our emissions. It's why the Prime Minister has said we will move to 50% of our energy being produced from renewable energy. Now, you have differing numbers in different published targets, and we're working to harmonize those, but 50% is the administration's target. We've also tabled recently a new EV policy, and we have changed the tax structure for the importation of EVs, being electric vehicles, and batteries for solar storage. Now, the energy transition is not something you could take less than a day to discuss, and I just mention it because it's that important, because we are honoring our moral imperative, and we are also honoring our economic imperative, because every time there's any sort of upheaval, certainly in the Middle East or in Eastern Europe, Jamaicans get poorer because of oil prices. So it's mitigation also against poverty. Adaptation is a much more difficult topic to discuss, because as Prof. Taylor will tell you, when he gets into the meat of the matter as it relates to climate departure, the jury is still out as to whether we can adapt to the changes that have already happened, whether we can adapt to a world above 1.5, which unfortunately we are barreling towards. And that is a challenge for Jamaica, for SIDS, for the entire developing world. It is why I know that at COP, with climate warriors like Eleanor, like you and me, I know the developing world will raise its collective voice and demand significantly more resources for adaptation. The problem with that chorus of voices is that it is about 20 years late, because the very process of deploying capital takes about 20 years to right-size your infrastructure. So we do have a major challenge. And raising finance is not some foreign concept. It's the moving of money from taxpayers in the developed world to the developing world. Always a tough discussion. However, I'm sure Jamaica's voice will be heard. CARICOM's voice will be heard. AOSIS's voice will be heard. But we desperately need those funds to give ourselves a fighting chance. And it's not just for drainage. It is for adaptation for agriculture. It's the slow onset events that worry me more than the large cataclysmic events, admittedly. Soil quality is deteriorating. The air is getting hotter. Rates of pollination are deteriorating, or declining rather. That affects the outcomes that our farmers face. When farmers have lower yields, Jamaicans get poorer. It's really that simple, and it's statistically provable. What of our fisher folk? Fish stocks are declining. What of saltwater intrusion for our water supply as sea levels rise? These are the smaller events that you don't see because they happen incrementally, that we have to invest in the adaptation for. And yes, we have launched earlier this year in partnership with the CCRI and indeed Oxford University, funded by the GCF, a program which is called JSRAT. Nice, cute name, but very important, the Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool. This is an analytic tool available to the government of Jamaica and the private sector to show the risks to your resilience, to help you to invest in a manner that brings across, that gives you the resilience and allows your investment to flourish. In my mind, it is one of the steps, along with the bushfire prediction index that we would have launched also earlier in the year, that gives us a fighting chance, because it's a sort of information that allows us to plan. It allows the financial sector moving apace. I saw Mrs. Forrest, who will be here later, moving apace to raise green financing, to deploy the capital where the risks are greatest. So I think that's important. But Jamaica will be calling for adaptation financing commitments to be met, and for the harmonization and reduction of barriers to access of this finance. The final point, which will be the most difficult, and I'm sure will be the source of much media attention from COP, is related to loss and damage. It will be the most difficult conversation at the upcoming COP, because in many ways, it's an acknowledgement of liability. And that is reparatory in nature, and we know how that has gone with other issues of reparations. I am cynical in nature in many ways, and that's known, so I have my doubts, but we will raise our voices in the hope of getting significant changes in how the developed world views loss and damage. I think important to note, one of the developed nations, certainly Denmark in recent times would have come out and put, I think it's 15 million euros. Now, that's a drop in the bucket, but certainly the acknowledgement is more important than even the amount that was allocated. So we are hopeful. It's a light at the end of a tunnel, but we just hope we can actually get through that tunnel fast enough. But this dialogue is not just important in the context of COP. Yes, COP is coming up. People start mobilizing as early as this weekend and heading to Sharm el-Sheikh. It's important because Kingston's climate departure is imminent. It's important because all of society doesn't yet get it. It is important because we are running out of time. So I applaud the Acorn group. It's indeed my honor to join this list of very impressive speakers. And it is my hope that in the media carrying this event, that they will show that all of society, certainly many stakeholders in society's leadership, are indeed focusing on the issue of climate change. I thank you. And in that vein, allow me to declare the Acorn Climate Summit 2022 open.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm looking at my program. And I do believe at this point I should invite Ms. Eleanor Jones. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes. Ms. Eleanor Jones.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is my pleasure also to welcome Ambassador Van Steen. Thank you so much. And Mr. Minister, I mean, I'm so impressed the way you, I said to Uname, he's standing there, no notes. He's fully engaged and involved. You could have been in some of our classes, I think, Professor Taylor. Wonderful. Thank you so much for putting the issues out and so clearly, succinctly, and that's what we are really all about. So it is my pleasure as chair of the proceedings, because now we want to move into what we are all about for today. And as Mr. Samuda indicated, we are about that dialogue that's important to bring about the transformation in mindset that we need. It's a joy to see so many students here, not as many as we would have liked perhaps, but welcome, welcome. It's Queens and Jamaica College, any other schools, welcome. And this is all about you, because we are not yesterday's news, we are still the news, but you are today's news and tomorrow's news. So we're very happy that you're here, and we want you to take this all in and to really spread the message, and as I said, a transformation mindset, because we're not about talking, we're about action. This dialogue is about trying to stimulate climate action, and stimulate climate action on the basis of what is going to be shared with us by the outstanding professionals that we have lined up. So we have three major sessions. The first session, we're looking at rising temperatures, the climate crisis, which is creating pressure, stress, anxiety, and as Professor Taylor says, there is no turning back. And in this session, we're going to hear from Professor Taylor sharing with us the climate crisis. We're going to hear from Her Excellency Mariam Van Steen speaking about partnership, because that's what it is all about. In order for us to achieve, we have to partner at several different ways and several different levels, as you heard from Mr. Samuda. And then we have Darren Fletcher from Mona in Geoinformatics, who's going to share with us some issues related to coastal resilience. We are a coastal nation, and we need to understand some of what is happening. And then we have our colleagues from the Eastern Caribbean, Dr. Stefan Fortune, who is going to be speaking about how ESG, environment and social governance, is being rolled out. So the business of finance, the business of management with respect to climate change, and our own Dr. Street Forest, who is also joining us virtually, but Jamaica Stock Exchange, what's going on in Jamaica. So that's the first session. And then the second session, we're saying, is it too hot? How hot is too hot? and we're building resilience for the places where we live, work, and play. And we're honored to have Ms. Heather Pinnock lead that, and we also have Dr. Ranglin Edwards, who is going to share with us on managing health. And we have a panel discussion dealing with air quality, particularly indoor air quality. We're going to zoom in from the Eastern Caribbean, the director of the biosecurity, director of biosecurity at Cave Hill, Dr. Kirk Douglas. And then we are also very honored, very happy that we have a representative from the Jamaica Civil Service Association, Ms. Tiffany Powell. And when I looked at her bio, she had already been engaged with climate change issues. And so that's a joy to have the trade unions join us in a real way. And then the third session, which is an exciting one, because we tend not to think about that, is climate and sport. In talking with Prof. Taylor for the planning of this, as we were pulling together ideas, and he said to me, reach out to Dr. Mansing. They're developing a curriculum for climate and sport at UWI, and Dr. Mansing came on with a lot of enthusiasm, organized that session. So we've been very fortunate to pull together persons who are enthusiastic, ready to share, ready. And then we will wrap up pulling on some of what we have heard with respect to outcomes and what we want Acorn to particularly push for going forward. So can I now invite Professor Taylor to share with us, and we look forward to his usual very stimulating presentation. Let me welcome Professor Taylor.
Thank you very much. That was a setup if I ever heard one. But allow me to adopt all the protocols and as they bring up the presentation and launch it. Just to say, boy, it's a risk that you are taking to put a scientist to begin this program, especially a scientist who likes equations and graphs and numbers. But climate is all about risk. Anyway, very quickly, I am doing a very quick context setting presentation, which I think might be on the screen at the back. And the aspect I want to zone in on is climate departure. All right, so this whole summit is about climate departure and resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey? And I want to zone in on climate departure. And really what I would like to talk about is what you and I have to do with it. Let me explain where I am going. The whole concept of climate departure came about in about 2013 when a scientist out of the University of Hawaii, Moore and his colleagues, published this paper in the journal Nature. And what they did, as represented by this very now famous diagram, was that they estimated for cities throughout the world the approximate year in the future that the coolest average temperature would be warmer than the hottest average temperature we have experienced up to 2005. One more time. When the coolest average temperature, what year would the coolest average temperature and thereafter would be warmer than the hottest average temperature we have experienced or lived up to the year 2005? They did this for what they call a business as usual scenario. So what if the world just went along its merry way and did not mitigate any greenhouse gases? And what emerged was that Kingston emerged as amongst the first places to experience climate departure. And in this famous diagram, that year was 2023. So climate departure is a very useful concept because it establishes, that climate is a no concern and a serious thing. But let me try to illustrate what Mora did. This is what he did. So this is me using temperatures for Jamaica. And on the left-hand side is historical or observed temperature. So this is what the Met Service measures. And on the right-hand side are future or projected temperatures. And you'll notice a couple of lines because we just don't know what the future represents. And Mora would have been looking on that red line on the right-hand side. What if we just didn't do anything and temperatures just kept going up and up? So what they did was they said, okay, look on the left-hand side and find the hottest year possible. before 2005. So you would have seen that peak. And then he drew a line straight across and said, okay, what year will the red line always be above that line? And he came up with 2023, a year, so in the mid-20s, the year after which climate will become like something we have never seen before. Very simple. So by 2023, climate will just always be above the hottest year we have ever seen. So in the few minutes I have remaining, my task is, well, so if that is climate departure, reaching a point where the climate becomes like something we have never, ever seen before, what do you and I have to do with this? Why is this at all important? Let me just tell you 4 reasons why this is important. So let's go. Reason number 1, it's important because from the climate perspective, that's when the unprecedented becomes inescapable. That's when the unprecedented becomes inescapable. Well, very simply, by Mora's definition, you can see that after 2023, heat records become the norm. And so we're going to have more and more heat waves, days that are very, very hot and days that are very, very cool. These heat waves won't only be on land, they will also be marine heat waves. And they will occur in times of the year when you don't expect heat waves. That's what happens when the unprecedented becomes inescapable. But as you have already heard the minister say, when the heat rises, when the temperatures rises, it's not limited just to a temperature problem. And so what you end up with is a higher frequency of drought. And we know this in the last 10 years, we have had 2 region-wide multi-year droughts. We have heavy rainfall events and flooding. Well, the minister spoke to May of this year, so the character of rain changes. Lots of dry, and then when it rains. We have more intense hurricanes, and the last 4 years have proven that. And we have higher sea levels and storm surge. The important thing there is that what we now have is when we reach the point where the unprecedented becomes inescapable, we have the entrenchment of a multi-hazard era that has already begun. What do I mean by that? It's not going to be one or the other. We're going to have multiple of these things occurring at the same time. So, very simply, what do you and I have to do with this? Why do we have to be concerned? Simply because when it comes to climate, the unprecedented becomes more and more inescapable. We must be concerned about 2023. Second reason then, why? Why do we have to be concerned? What do you and I have to do with this? Well, it's not only because when it comes to climate, the unprecedented becomes inescapable, but when it comes to vulnerability, the untouched becomes imperiled. The untouched becomes imperiled when it comes to vulnerability. What on earth is this man up here saying? Let me explain what I am saying. I'm going to use one simple diagram to explain it. Here is a study that tries to project by 2050, if we use climate alone, what are the areas of Jamaica that become unsuitable for common crops that we plant? And what area becomes suitable for some common crops that we plant? The brown areas become unsuitable, just using climate alone, so not accounting for soil or anything else, or where development is. And the green areas become more suitable. At one and the same time, this diagram indicates exactly what I am saying. So we always know that farmers are vulnerable, but can you see the expanded vulnerabilities of the farmer? Look on where the browns are. The breadbasket areas, expand. And so you get expanded vulnerability in an era of climate departure. More and more farmers and more areas become vulnerable to climate. But at the same time, can you see the new vulnerable? Where becomes more and more suitable? The interior, those nice protected forest areas of Jamaica. And so you now have new vulnerable people emerging and new vulnerable things like our biodiversity emerging. Very simply, we must be aware of this because the untouched become imperiled. We have not only expanded existing vulnerable, but we now also have new vulnerable. Just before I leave the point, very often we think about climate vulnerable in terms of farmers and fisher folk and people who live on the coast. Here are some of the new vulnerable: outdoor workers. In any era of unprecedented heat, anybody who works outdoors is the new climate vulnerable. That's your security guard, that's your tourism worker, your construction worker, your tarmac workers, your farmers, you name it. Who are the new vulnerable? Athletes and sports officials. We do sports outside. And so even if I don't consider the vulnerability of the infrastructure due to a harsher climate, just every athlete now becomes vulnerable. Who are the new vulnerable? Children, elderly, and the health challenged, because they are impacted in that greater heat environment and the inhospitable. And you could carry this on. Who are the new vulnerable? It's the inner city dwellers who live in packed and dense city housing under zinc roofs. It's students who have to try and learn in schools that are ill-designed for the new heat. It is the heritage sites that were never designed to take this. It's the biodiversity that moves out of range. Can you see that under climate departure, it's not just that with respect to climate, the unprecedented becomes inescapable, but with respect to vulnerability, the untouched, things that we never associated with climate, becomes more and more imperiled. Very quickly, third, why should we consider this? What do you and I have to do with it? Why should we consider it? Well, when it comes to development, the utopian becomes improbable. The utopian becomes improbable. What am I talking about? Well, we've all signed on to the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them. And it says we will have no poverty by 2030, and hunger will be eliminated, and health will be great, and you get the idea, and land above water, land animals who live on land and below water. Well, the truth is, if the era is what I just called, where the unprecedented becomes inescapable, and I've just outlined how the untouched becomes imperiled, attaining the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 becomes improbable. If I were to try to circle which sustainable goals will be affected by climate, I would do 16 of the 17. Maybe only 13 wouldn't be affected, climate action. And so you can see that we are in danger of not achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Our utopian ideal becomes more and more improbable under climate departure. Just one aside, sometimes we have to be careful that we don't flood everybody with too many messages. So we've been talking a lot about the 1.5 message. Don't worry, 1.5 and climate departure are well synced, because all of the science says we will achieve 1.5 within the next 5 years. So if we're achieving climate departure in 1 year and 1.5 within 5 years, the timeline is right. And we know that at 1.5, this is the science studies we have done at the university. Hydropower is 40% left in Suriname, diminished agricultural productivity, cost of damage is 2 to 3 times higher, 4% drier, inundation of coastal infrastructure. The utopian becomes improbable. We are in danger of not achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Lastly, why is climate departure so important? Why are we here for this summit? What do you and I have to do with it? The last reason is because when it comes to action, the urgent becomes immediate. The urgent becomes immediate. Well, our minister has just outlined all of the various kinds of action that we need. We do not have a shortage of knowing what action we need to take. He spoke about the adaptation agenda. We are heading for the inescapable. We're going to have to adapt. So all of those untouched who will become imperiled now have to be brought into the discussion. Does every business, every sector, every entity here have their adaptation plan ready for departure next year? The minister spoke about mitigation, and mitigation is just a reduction in greenhouse gases. Minister, it's more than a moral imperative. Everything that we do to mitigate is what we need to do to adapt. Where does our mitigation come from? It comes from renewable energy. That's what we need to deal with the global oil prices. It comes from dealing with transport and creating an efficient transport system. It comes from handling waste. Oh, do we need to handle waste? It comes from valuing the ocean and the blue economy, and it comes from preservation of land. We must mitigate because for us, it is an increased standard and quality of life. What else do we need to do? We need to deal with the education agenda. That's why this is important. But we also have to go further. I'm running out of time. I'm making a big plea here. We have to deal with the research agenda. The only way we are going to adapt, mitigate, is if we know what we are adapting and mitigating to. And it must be contextual. It must be our situation. And lastly, we have to deal with the collaboration agenda. There is no one sector that can manage climate change. And not only is it talking across sectors, but it is also dealing with cohesion of policies so that one policy is not offsetting another. That's the way to resilience. In other words, we know what to do, but now under climate departure, we have no choice but to do it now. So I am ending. The question that was asked, are we ready to deal with climate departure? Where climate departure is a climate shift outside the bounds of our lived experience. Well, let's judge. Are we ready for a climate where the unprecedented becomes inescapable? Let's answer that question. Are we ready for vulnerability where the untouched becomes imperiled? Are we ready with respect to development where the utopian becomes more and more improbable? Are we ready with respect to action where the urgent becomes immediate? Why do you and I matter? Because you and I need a livable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Taylor. As always, lots of food for thought, and we're going to go through the day really with all of these issues on. We want to thank Minister Samuda. Regrettably, he has to leave to go to, well, hopefully he will carry some of these messages eventually. He has some important meetings this morning, so we thank you for joining us, and we are going to excuse him as he has to go. And while Minister Samuda leaves, we're going to invite Ambassador Van Steen to address us. She's going to speak, following up on Prof. Taylor collaboration, partnership, etc. And we're happy to see on the screen, I see Dr. Street Forest there and Miss Dr. Fortuné, so they are going to come next. So that's always comforting when you see your virtual presenters. So welcome, Ambassador Van Steen.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. I'm impressed to see that so many people woke up on a Monday morning and to be here at 8 o'clock. So it means how important the topic is, and Let me first, protocol has been established, but acknowledge the presence of all the Samuras in this room, in particular the minister with whom I have to say since the moment he was appointed, it has been an honor and a pleasure to work and to see and to feel his commitment to this so important theme. But also Professor Taylor, I'm really, that was a very impressive presentation. Thank you so much. Very, very important to raise awareness where we are. Are we ready? I don't think we are. And that's why we are inter alia here to talk and discuss and to raise awareness. And before I start, let me just tell you all how pleased I am and how I'm very happy to see this initiative, and I would like to congratulate everyone. So many people, Acorn, for taking this initiative. It is very, very important. And when I heard about it, I immediately decided that, if we could support in one way or the other, that we would do that. It is very timely to discuss this. You all know that COP27 will start soon in Egypt, and yeah, this is the moment. No, listening to Professor Taylor, if we don't act, this is not boding well. What do we do in the COPs? I think the minister has also referred to the big themes, but since we have the famous Paris Agreement 2015, remember, we always talk about mainly three things, which is mitigation, adaptation, and then, of course, climate finance. Mitigation, because we all know, and we've heard the scientists, we've heard Professor Taylor, but we've also seen the report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We are lacking seriously behind our commitment not to go over 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming, and that is not good. We've made commitments, we've made pledges, not only the developed world, but also the developing world. I do not like that, dichotomy, but it is what it is. It is more the developed world that has been at the cause, at the origin of this global warming. That's a fact. And it is the developed world, and in particular countries like Jamaica, small island developing states, that are victims of pollutions they have not caused. So mitigation is indeed a very, very high responsibility of the developed countries. But indeed, as it has been said before, since it is important for the survival of mankind, also developing countries should not make the mistakes that we have made in the past. So mitigation is also key for small island developing states, and I think that's been a process, but we've seen a lot of pledges and commitments also coming from countries that have not been really at the basis or at the cause, at the origin of this global warming. So mitigation is a very important part of this discussion. And the second one, which I have noted this morning, was put as number one and not as number two. We always put mitigation number one, and then we follow by adaptation. But here I've seen adaptation was figuring as number one. And that is very, very logical and very clear for a country, a small island developing state, that where you can actually feel that climate is changing, and the impact of all the climate disasters that are increasing is actually forcing the country to build up its resilience. And let me tell you, it is not only in small island developing states. If you look at the climate disasters, if you look at the floods, the rising of the sea level, if you look at the hurricanes, if we look at the heat waves, it is everywhere right now. It's not that you just, can ignore climate change existing. I think for every single person, it is very obvious that climate change is happening and that we need to build up our resilience. So adaptation is a very important second point. But then, of course, the question comes, who pays the bill? Because mitigation costs a lot of money, adaptation costs a lot of money. So the third main chapter that is being discussed in these COPs, which is Conference of the Parties, for those who do not know, the 27th one, is about who's paying the bill. And indeed, on that one as well, we're lagging behind. Back in 2015, the Paris Agreement, we committed that by 2020, $100 billion would be put on the table in order to finance adaptation and mitigation. And it's not there, we know that. I think we're around 80 billion last year, and the goal is still to go to 100 billion a year, and there are like renewed commitments also from the side of the European Union to make sure that we reach that ambition. Now, before I talk about partnership, because this is really about partnership, and this is a global challenge that we cannot do on our own, not the EU, not the small island developing states, not Jamaica. Let me just say a word about these three topics as far as the EU is concerned and what we are doing, because we do have our responsibility. And I really would like to stress very strongly that without prejudice to the pandemic, I mean, all countries of the world have suffered, but the European Union has suffered as well, and it's cost a lot of money. And without prejudice to the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which I really would like, I mean, this is between brackets, but I would like to underline, you are talking with someone representing the European Union, which is a continent that after 72 years is at war. You may not feel or see that right here, but that is what is going on. But I don't want to talk about that right now. We have many challenges, so let's just focus on one of our global challenges. But you need to know that without prejudice of those huge challenges that we have in Europe, the European Union is and has always been at the forefront of fighting climate change, and we will continue to lead by example. And that's why I just want to say 3 words about the 3 main topics, which are mitigation, adaptation, and climate finance. On mitigation, we have increased our ambition. We were going first to reduce our emission minus 30 by 2030, then it was minus 50 by 2030, and now we have a package which is called minus 55 for 2030. It's called Fit for 55 or something. I don't know, we have these very strange names sometimes. But the idea is that our ambition has gone up, and by 2030 we would like to have to emit less than 55% of our emissions. And that's not the only upscaled ambition we have. By 2050 we are one of the first, countries or groups of countries, let's put it that way, that has committed to become climate neutral by 2050. What I want to say on that is not just words. We made these commitments, but we are actually in the process of making sure that the member states of the European Union comply with these commitments, because you can all say, oh, we're going to do ABC, but if you do not have it in law and you cannot start an infringement procedure because you're not complying by the law, then, it's just words. So what we did is we adopted a climate law back in June or July last year, 2021, and this is extremely important because it goes just that one step beyond, which is so important that we actually can enforce it upon our member states. So that's on mitigation. On adaptation, I think it's been a process to really realize that is necessary. I mean, as many skepticists were saying, like, oh, climate change, is it really happening, or it's not a problem here in our continent? I think we have seen that it is a problem increasingly, and not only for the rest of the world, but also in Europe. I think you may have noted the heat waves we've seen the last couple of years, the floods. I mean, even in my own country, I have heard, there were actually quite some people who lost their lives because of floods, and this is the kind of wake-up call, like this is really happening, and it's sad that we need to experience it ourselves before we act, but I think now we really do know that adaptation has become as important or even more important because it's there, and the question, are we ready, is no, we are not ready. We need to do more. So on adaptation, we've adopted a strategy. We're working on that very strongly. We're trying to make sure that when we start talking about climate finance, that we have a bit more balance between the funds which are given to mitigation, that they are now also being given to adaptation. So we try to balance that, and I think now in Glasgow in November, the COP27, adaptation will become really a very, very important topic, which in the past was maybe less. So that's a very important theme, to create resilience of the world. And then climate finance, I've already discussed it. As far as the EU is concerned, I don't think you will be surprised to hear that we are the biggest international donor in general terms, but also in terms of climate change. I'm not saying that because, we are wonderful. We did pollute in the past, and we do need to pay the bill. But if we compare with other countries in the world, I think that we certainly do pay our share. And now our work is not only to beef that up, because we need to beef it up. Last year there was an extra commitment. We put 20 billion of the 100 billion. We put that on the table. Last year there was another commitment to put 4 billion extra. But I think one of our jobs and one of our tasks is to speak with other developed countries to make sure that they also do pay their share. It is not just, just European Union is committed and we do a lot of things, but I mean, we cannot do it on our own either. So that is a very important topic. Now, the main topic of my intervention was about partnering. And I mean, I think really that is what this is all about. This is a global challenge. It is affecting each and every one of us, and more our children and grandchildren than ourselves, and we do know that. But the only way forward is together. And I think, that is why partnership is so important. And we work together on different levels. First of all, let me say you partner in two different ways. On the one hand, you talk. You talk at COP level, at multilateral level, at regional level, at bilateral level, at local level, from person to person, you talk. People will say, why is talking so important? It is important because it stimulates action. So you talk and you act, but without the talking, you don't act. So I really do not want to underestimate the importance of the talking. So on the talking, what do we do? Like with Jamaica, I think it's very important that we talk with Jamaica at all levels and finally make sure that we are talking together in the COP. Even if we have a completely different point of departure, like the European Union, the countries of the European Union are more the ones that actually contributed to the pollution of the world. And Jamaica, small island developing states, are more the ones that are suffering the consequences, although in the end we will all suffer. It's important to have that alliance between us because, we need to partner up. We need to fight this together. So instead of just saying, like, you polluted and I'm a victim, it is just, there is no end to that. You need to make sure that you're coming together in that multilateral forum and you try to convince the ones that are less convinced to do their part because it's about, our one planet that we have. So I think the partnership there, even if many people will say it's just talking, it is really crucial. And how do we do that? I'm talking very often with your minister. I have now received instructions from headquarters to talk with the government of Jamaica in order to prepare our positions for the next couple of weeks in the COP. We have an annual political dialogue between Jamaica and the European Union, and climate change and the fight against climate change, biodiversity is always extremely high on the agenda. We talk at all different levels. It is. You need to know each other. You need to know what are the biggest challenges, and then you just, try to find a way that you can actually arrive at the COP in Egypt, and you can say the small island developing states, in which, obviously Jamaica is a leader, that they stand together with the European Union. We will not agree on everything, but we will agree on lots of things, and that, is extremely important. We also talk at the regional level. This week, there's going to be a ministerial summit in Buenos Aires between European Union ministers and ministers from the Latin American and the Caribbean. And again, climate change will be very high on the agenda. At the end of next year, the second half of next year, we will have a meeting, hopefully at heads of state and heads of government level, bringing together as well the European Union and the Caribbean and Latin America, which has been like since 2015. It's like 7 years ago that we didn't manage to do so. Again, climate change, the fight against climate change will be a very important topic. So all of that is the talking. But again, I think the talking is important because that's the moment when you make the pledges and then you say, I'm going to do this and this and that. But then, of course, talking without action doesn't bring us anywhere. So how do we partner up in terms of actions? It's a good question. We work in particular, the European Union, I said that, we can put as much money on the table as we want. In the end, it is the way that money is being used. And I often, some may not agree, but I often think that money is not the issue. We have the Green Climate Fund, we have our development cooperation, bilateral, regional, global. The point is to make sure to know what you want and to do it well, and then have the finance to actually implement it. So this is hard work. This is sometimes, you have to talk first and then see, what is the government doing? What are the plans of the government, and how can we come in to help? And I give you an example. A couple of years ago, the government adopted a forest management plan. And we really thought that that was extremely important for the country, but for the world. You all know that forests and mangroves, they are carbon sinks. So we sit together and we sent experts to see how we could help with the implementation of the plan. And then we finally decided to inject a large sum of money into the budget of the government of Jamaica to make sure that this very well written and intended forestry management plan was also implemented. So that is one way of more, an activity. That's one thing of acting that we do here, in particular with Jamaica. Another program we have launched since 2020 is called From the Hills to the Oceans. And there we talk more about resilience. We work with, the farmers, with the fish folk. Really, impact of climate change is not just on, at the moment when you have a disaster, but it's also on your agriculture, on the different policies, on tourism, this kind of thing. So this program is also quite a big one. The first one I referred to was about 16 million euro. I'm not going to calculate that in Jamaican dollars, but it's a lot of money. This one is about 5 million euro. This is the kind of how do we follow up the talking? We know there's a problem, but what can we do in order to help? And now, there are lots of other projects, and small and big, but I'm not going to mention them all. But now when we look at the future, in our programming, we also have jointly decided that the fight against climate change, biodiversity is our top priority in our relationship. So we have decided that one of the three major sectors of intervention will be climate change. And we're still working, and I'm having lots of discussions with the team of the minister to see what exactly we will do, but we would very much like to work on combining resilience with urban development and, if possible, with waste management, because we have the impression that there's still quite a lot of work to be done. So this is work in progress, and we would very much like to partner on that with the Jamaican government. On top of that, of course, we do not only work with the Jamaican government bilaterally. We've just launched last week an important program at regional level, which is a program I know very well because it's been in force for 12 years with Latin America, and we're now expanding that to have the Caribbean. It's called Euroclima, and the idea is that we provide tailor-made solutions is maybe a bit too ambitious, but assistance where the government is asking for such assistance in order to beef up its resilience. It fits more into the field of adaptation, where we think that the attention should go. But what I very much like about it, even if it's a regional program, it's tailor-made. It can be 1 or 2 or 4 countries together and say, we have a problem with solid waste management. Can we sit together? We have a problem with sargassum because it has an impact on our tourism. Let's sit together and see what we can do. So that's another very important program that we have launched last week, and which will become, for which Jamaica will become eligible as from January. And then something really important I'm forgetting, but I didn't look at my papers. Of course, GCF, the Global Climate Fund, the European Union is a very important donor, and as you have heard from what the minister said, the country is also benefiting from that. But maybe the most important thing I wanted to say at the end is that, as said before, it's all about mainstreaming, and that's why during, I mean, the 25th anniversary of Acorn. It's really, I mean, I'm very happy to see that this topic has been chosen, because climate change is not just for, you know, climate activists or for the Ministry of Environment. It is everyone's business. It is business whether you work in sector A, B, or C, whether you are, you know, old, young, whether you are, I mean, a company, or you're working in an NGO, or you're working in the public sector. I mean, climate change is the business of everyone, and that's why partnership is so important. Give you a small example, the European Union delegation here, we moved our offices. It was quite intense work, but we're very happy because now we have offices that are climate friendly. We have solar panels, we have water recovery and recycling. We have lots of green spaces in our offices, and maybe you may have seen it. It's on Fairway Avenue. We asked Jamaican artists to make a mural, and actually, you know, the idea is to raise awareness. People who pass there, who will look at the mural and say, like, well, what is this? It's an invitation. It's an invitation to reflect. It's sort of saying, like, listen, the world is crying. And you're just like, wow. But indeed, that is what it is. I mean, if we don't act, if we don't reflect, that is what is going to happen with our world. So, I mean, this is just to give an example. Everyone can do something. I mean, you can use less energy or use less water when you brush your teeth. I mean, you can, there's so many things everyone can do and should do. And I think all of that is about raising awareness. And I'm so happy that this conference was organized, because in the end, it's also about raising awareness and listening to experts like Professor Taylor, and to really understand how important it is that we all unite our forces and we partner up to fight against climate change and to save our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Van Steen. The mural is really very impressive. I must say, I passed by, I saw it, and I said, I've got to go in to have a talk. And so we asked for an appointment, and we had a good conversation, and the one thing led to another, and here we are. The earth is crying. Are you listening? It really is beautiful. If you haven't seen it yet, just, you know, go by that building. And it was done. It was a competition, I think, that... So thank you very much for sharing with us. Thank the European Union for all that they're doing for us here in Jamaica. All right, is Mr. Darren Fletcher here? Yes, there. Okay, he's going to speak to us quickly about the ecosystem adaptation project. And it follows very nicely from the point that was made about waste management and how critical it is to protect the mangroves, why the mangroves are important to our coastal resilience. So could I invite you to come forward? Mona Geoinformatics Unit, welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So all protocols observed. Right, so this will be a quick presentation on what we are doing with regards to the Kingston Harbor. Right, so essentially, the city of Kingston is experiencing a very severe problem as it pertains to solid waste management. And as a result of this poor management system, solid waste essentially leaking out into our Kingston Harbor. And that has great impacts for not only the terrestrial land, but for our marine ecosystems. As such, the Kingston Harbor project, so the ecosystem adaptation measures for Kingston Harbor communities, that project was idealized and implemented essentially to help combat and mitigate these impacts of solid waste pollution. So as I mentioned before, solid waste pollution essentially leaks out into our Kingston Harbor, mainly through our drainage systems, so whether it be our gully networks. In Kingston, we have 15 major gully networks and one major river, which would be the Rio Cobre. Essentially, all waste that piles up on the land eventually goes out into the sea if not properly managed. And as such, the solid waste is having a tremendous impact on our marine ecosystems. As you can see on this map here, the green dots would indicate our solid waste accumulation spots or hotspots. No surprise that these green spots are located mainly in our gully networks and on our major coastline along the north and northeastern section of Kingston, as well as the mangroves in the Port Royal area. Those pictures there are from the yacht club and the Kingston Wharves terminal. Now, what does solid waste have to do with mangrove ecosystems? Essentially, plastics, this waste, is essentially killing our mangrove ecosystems. Mainly in the Port Royal area. I don't know if many of you would have known the Port Royal area back around 50 years ago.
You didn't.
Well, yeah, I surely wasn't around back then, but I am reliably informed that the mangrove forest is essentially in the Gallows Point area and the Refuge Key area was full. Now, I don't know if you can see it, but you see that big patch in the middle? Look down towards the bottom of the screen. Essentially, yeah. Essentially, there are patches there where our forest is essentially dying out. This is caused by just the blockage of the natural flow of water in our mangroves. Essentially solid waste creates like a barrier, which blocks the natural channel in and out of the forest, causing hypersalinity to be created in the forest and essentially kills everything inside. So not just the trees, but all marine life in the forest dying. No, we need to combat that, or else we won't have a Kingston to, enjoy. Now, the aim of our project was really just to bolster the defense of the Kingston Harbor against climate hazards such as storm surges, tsunamis, hurricanes, and such through mangrove restoration and rehabilitation. What we primarily do is we develop and have implemented a methodology to understand the impact of solid waste pollution on our mangroves, as well as predict what changes we are likely to expect if we continue on our current path, and as well as if we improve our solid waste remediation efforts. And as such, these efforts will definitely inform policies that we will pass on to our local environmental agencies, as well as to our necessary government bodies. Now, why are mangroves important? Mangroves are very, 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 very important as it pertains to coastline stability. Mangrove forests help to, reduce the risk of climate hazards such as I said before, tsunamis. It acts as a buffer against storm surges. So when we experience, when we are going to experience, more hurricanes, stronger, more major hurricanes, our mangrove ecosystems would act as that little help, that's a barrier to reduce the impact. So we're less likely to see flooding and so forth in Kingston Harbor. Now, this is just a map of our target areas within the Kingston Harbor. So we have identified, so there are 4 major areas of mangrove forests within the Kingston Harbor. So you have the base area, which would be the Hunts Bay area. Then we have the Port Royal area, which constitutes the Gallows Point and Refuge Key area. Then the Buccaneer area, which will be right next to the airport, and as well as the Palisadoes area, which is the smallest mangrove ecosystem area, and it's slowly but surely, developing. Also, we've identified 3 major gullies in the Kingston Harbor, which we have seen contributes to quite a bit of the solid waste pollution. So that would be the Barnes Gully, the Franklinton, or otherwise known Raytown Gully, and the Mountain View Gully. Now, the Kingston Harbor is essentially the most important major port in our island. It, hosts most of our, critical industries. It's the host of our main shipping port, or international airport. houses many of our government offices, as well as quite a number of our major business industries as well. So it is crucial that we try to protect the Kingston Harbor against such climate risks. Now, this is just showing you some work that we've done in terms of drifter mapping. So essentially, we had placed some drifters in the Kingston Harbor just to see the tracks of where the where the drifter would eventually lead up to. And as you can see, it is key to note that plastic waste, solid waste that leaves our gullies eventually reach over into our mangrove ecosystems. Now, this was crucial in, helping to develop our solid waste transport model, which we use to essentially predict solid waste accumulation hotspots in and around Kingston Harbor. Now, from this, we also do drone imagery, which we use to detect plastic and solid waste in and around mangroves, from which we can create solid waste hotspots. So essentially to better inform policies of where and how often cleanup activities should take place. This just shows, this is just a model showing the movement of waste within the harbor. So again, this just informs our solid waste hotspot accumulation spots. Now, these are some pictures of the great problem that we're currently experiencing within our mangrove ecosystems. Now, this is a site along the Palisado stretch. You'd be very surprised. Also along another Plum Point site. So this site specifically, what you're seeing there should be filled with trees. However, those have died off due to the solid waste just killing everything there. Again, another site. Now, from this, using drone and satellite imagery, we're able to create mangrove health status maps. So now this map would show us the state of the mangroves within the Kingston Harbor from last year, June. Green is good. Red to orange is bad. As you can see, we're seeing a lot of orange closest to red, not seeing much green spots. Now they move on to this year, we're seeing a little more orange to red spots. If we continue on this track, we're going to see lots of red spots, a lot of dying, deteriorating mangrove ecosystems. It's not too late. We can curb this trend by just improving our solid waste remediation efforts within the Kingston metropolitan area. Also, we can do more adaptation efforts. So whether that be replanting mangroves and also, in doing more educational programs, just to essentially tell our population of how important it is to, conserve and maintain our current ecosystems. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fletcher. You're going to stay with us at the head table. This is a very important project, and I'd just like to acknowledge the fact that the ecosystem adaptation project was the Kingston Harbor cleanup. Grace Kennedy Foundation has played a major role in this, and we have, I know Mr. Arain was here, Ward Mills was a part of GK at a long time, and, oh, he's at the back, okay. And, excuse me, and they've been working with this, and then Mona J Informatics has been working with the modeling, and they have actually acquired, I'm not sure what the term is for the equipment that is placed at the mouth of, I think it's 2 of the gullies, trapping, is it 2 or 3? 3. Trapping that solid waste coming down, preventing it from going in. So it's a work in progress, and they've managed to do quite a few things. So it's one of the things that we want, and we want to congratulate Grace Kennedy Foundation really for leading that, and we're looking forward to more work coming out of this. Okay, so thank you very much for that, Darren. We now want to move to our virtual presenters who are going to speak to us about environment, social, and governance initiatives. One, how it's being rolled out in the Caribbean, because it's early days, but it's a new term, as we talk about sustainability, we talk about partnership, and as Ambassador said, we talk, and we sometimes very often say we don't have the money, but for many of us, it is the issue of governance that is so critical. How we bring this all together. We need to know what we want to do and put a plan in place to do it and seek the money. The money is not always available, but sometimes there's money there that is not being used effectively. So let's hear from ESG, which is, we used to, as I often say, we use different terms at different times. Now, ESG is the focus. So if we could hear first from Dr. Fortuny in the Eastern Caribbean, Carrie Chris, just tell us, share with us briefly how this is being rolled out in the Eastern Caribbean, in the Caribbean generally, in terms of climate change and environment, and of course the people side. And then we'll hear from our own Dr. Street Forest, Jamaican Stock Exchange, what are we doing here? So can we turn over?
Hi, good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I am Stephen Fortuny, Senior Manager of Ratings, Research, and Training at CARICRIS, the Regional Credit Rating Agency. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on what credit rating agencies, especially CARICRIS, has been doing in terms of our methodologies to capture ESG performance. And there's been a lot of work that we at CARICRIS have done over the last 12 months. I know that the other global credit rating agencies, Fitch is the most advanced in terms of their ESG methodologies. S&P, just like CARICRIS, is beginning to look at how we could incorporate ESG factors in how we look at the credit ratings that we assign to both companies and to countries. So to meet the speaking objectives for this session, please allow me to present the FAQ that has been developed to convey to the market all the work that we've been done on the ESG front, and to answer those, those burning questions, especially as this is a new area of analysis for the credit rating agencies and for the investing public as a whole. So the question number one, why is ESG important? I know we have students in the audience, so let me back up quite a bit and just answer what ESG stands for. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. So this term is meant to capture the opportunities, challenges, and behaviors pertinent to an industry or entity which affects the welfare of people and the planet. So it's going beyond the traditional metrics, financial metrics that we look at in finance and at a credit rating agency, to now consider the welfare conditions under which people live and the sustainability of our planet. So ESG is important for a credit rating agency to look at because it goes to the question of resilience and sustainability, and that cannot be ignored. Even when we're looking at debt repayment, if there isn't that sustainability aspect of it, the company is not going to, in the long run, be able to repay its debt, and they very often borrow for longer periods. So we cannot ignore it anymore from the credit rating agency side. So question number two, what is the difference between an ESG factor and an ESG credit factor? So you would probably be aware that a credit rating agency is looking at the ability of the company to repay its debt. An ESG factor may or may not correlate with that. The thing to remember for an ESG factor, to become an ESG factor, is if there is a debt repayment tie-in. So for example, if a company's carbon emissions are beyond the regulated allowed amount, and the company thus faces penalties, fines, then cash flow and debt repayment impacts become clear. So not all the ESG factors that you will hear about in the ESG space are going to translate into ESG credit factors. So when you see a credit rating from a credit rating agency, it may not be capturing all those factors, only those factors that have a debt repayment tie-in. So that's something to be aware of. Question 3, how is ESG information collected by CARICRIS? Now, ESG is a fairly new and often confusing area of analysis, and many entities, while engaging in ESG relevant activities, may not recognize them as such. So there's a bit of education that has to happen in the market at this point in time. What CARICRIS has done is that we've developed 2 surveys that go along our traditional credit assessment. And these surveys are meant to basically handhold the company in understanding and reporting to us their ESG activities. I would have shared a presentation with the surveys, and I would share that with the admin later on, so you could have an idea, a glimpse at how comprehensive the surveys are actually done. And what is key to how the surveys are being done by CARICRIS is that they are walking the entity through the various thinkings that they would have to do in order to meet their ESG strategies, some of which they may not be aware of quite readily. So because it's an early stage of ESG development, the credit rating agencies have to do a lot of education and a lot of hand-holding to extract the ESG information. So that's how CARICRIS is doing, getting the ESG information we need to do our credit analysis. Question 4, does CARICRIS consider ESG impacts in its analysis? CARICRIS rating methodologies have always considered ESG performance. So I want to make that clear. The new work that we are doing is meant to more formally recognize ESG information and to get a deeper analysis of ESG. But credit rating agencies have always collected ESG information, and it's formed part of our analysis. The best way to look at this is to look at the governance side of ESG. When a company has less independence in its board, when there are instances or potential for corruption, that has always figured into a credit rating analysis. What we're doing right now is getting deeper into that analysis and extracting from the companies more in terms of the strategies and activities to mitigate against those things. And that's on the governance side. If we look at the environmental side, which is more new to what credit rating agencies are looking at, this represents a kind of new and an exciting movement in credit analysis, in that we are now going to be looking much more closely at the environmental activities that the company is doing and then reporting that to the investing public. Question 5, does ESG performance affect CARICRIS's assigned credit ratings? Answer to that is yes. ESG factors can be important credit factors, as I would have explained before. But remember, not all ESG factors are ESG credit factors. Current and future debt repayment implications must be apparent. So we're trying to bridge a gap between what the company is doing and reporting to the investing public how their activities are going to impact their debt repayment ability in the future. And it increasingly being mindful of sustainability, being mindful of transparency is becoming an important factor in terms of debt repayment ability. So where there is that tie-in, that is what we are capturing more formally now at CARICRIS and all the credit rating agencies around the globe. Question 6, what are the ESG factors that CARICRIS considers? For sovereigns, there are 8 environmental factors, 11 social factors, and 9 governance factors. And for corporates, there are 11 environmental factors, 15 social factors, and 9 governance factors. So this is a pretty comprehensive set. And as I said, when you get a chance to look at the surveys, you will get a full appreciation of how comprehensive and how extensive the number of factors we are trying to capture currently are. Question 7, does CARICRIS penalize some industries or companies based on the nature of their operations. Now, this is a great concern for some companies. By sharing their ESG information, they don't want to feel like because they're involved in extractive activities or they're involved in something that produces a lot of end product waste, that they're going to be unfairly penalized by the credit rating agencies. To answer that question, it's important to remember that the credit rating agency and our ESG assessment does not only look at the risk a company face being based in a certain industry, but also the mitigants that they could put in place. So very often, and we've seen this, that some of the top ESG performers are the ones that are involved in some of the more risky activities, because they are aware of the incentives, they are aware of the impetuses that are there for them to clean up their operations and move to renewables, etc. So it's not 100% true that they are going to be penalized given the type of activities or industry they are in. Question 8, why should clients be open with rating agencies about ESG performance? The answer to that is entities attenuating their ESG externalities, the ones that are controlling for it, are signaling to investors that in addition to the financial metrics, they are concerned about the welfare of people and the planet. Now, these types of entities are more transparent, less likely to tolerate corruption, and such concerns are evidence of an entity that is strategic about innovation, inclusion, sustainability, and financial longevity. And these implications are ultimately favorable for debt repayment. So I encourage any investors here, any companies that have ESG activities and a credit rating, to be open with the credit rating agencies, because ultimately it would figure favorably in the credit ratings assigned. What are the challenges for ESG credit ratings? In terms of credit performance, credit rating agencies have to determine what is a good ESG performance in terms of how it translates to debt repayment. This means within an industry, comparing ESG behavior and tracking debt repayment over time. But as ESG is a relatively new area of analysis, data to objectively rank ESG credit performance is not available. So to bridge this gap, credit rating agencies conduct scenario analyses to see how profits and cash flow behave under different ESG scenarios. Now, this is a bit of a subjective proxy that will be used until more robust panel data becomes available. Another challenge is the change in regulations that could punish or reward ESG behavior. These could dramatically shift spending, cash flows, and priorities of entities. And thus, ESG credit analysis is very dynamic, but it introduces the challenges of creating methodologies that are suitable over long periods of time. Now, a final major challenge is the level of ESG education. And this is why forums such as this is so important in terms of educating the public about ESG. Because poor ESG education affects the entity's strategies, as well as the quality of data made available to the credit rating agencies. And finally, question 10 of our FAQ. What is the future of ESG? The answer is that ESG is increasingly a topic of boardroom and investor discussions. Entities that are not strategic in ESG matters may find themselves with less or more expensive financing opportunities. Additionally, markets that were open to their output could become closed. Now, while recent events like economic crisis in Sri Lanka and the energy instability brought about by the Russia-Ukraine war highlight some of the weaknesses in ESG, these are viewed by many analysts as short-term learning pains, which must be balanced against the evidence of uneven economic growth, economic exclusion of minority groups, global firms engaging in questionable behavior, and of course, climate change. So it is unquestionable that more and better will be demanded out of our governments and corporations. And in that regard, ESG is likely to figure prominently in the future. With that, again, I would like to encourage everyone, when you get the opportunity, to have a look at the surveys CARICRIS has prepared in terms of collecting the ESG information. And I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fortuné. You responded so readily, so quickly when we approached you, and thank you for sharing with us the importance of ESG in financial market, and the fact that climate indices are becoming increasingly important. Can we now hear from Dr. Street Forest?
Really a pleasure to be here and to share with you a few thoughts on ESG, and to really look at how we are responding as an exchange to what is really very important: environmental, social, and governance. We know that even as we speak to climate crisis, that it impacts all of us. And as a result of that, it is very important that we have this discussion to allow for self-preservation and what really should propel us to want to change. Given the urgency for change, we must seek to look at areas and organizations which we believe will have the biggest impact in the shortest possible time. And I believe that is why we look towards institutions such as the exchange, where when you look on the gross domestic product, you will see that most of the companies that would constitute the basket of those listed would be those that would allow for the greatest change and would be significantly impacting how we do business, or how we look on our environment, or we look on the social and governance. We know that we might have missed in terms of Jamaica and possibly the entire world meeting the objective of 2030 as that of attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. ESG has been a part of that. However, with the setback, we still must continue. Some talk has been, discussion has been around COP27, but I want to take us back to COP26, where at that summit, the exchanges were seen and were focused on as playing a pivotal role in terms of the ESG agenda, in respect to the issuers and countries that through, among other things, would be able to promote climate solution, look at financing standards in relation to some of the IPOs, APOs that we have, look at propelling education within the society, within the companies that have the greatest impact, and how innovation could stem and allow us to move forward in terms of sustainable development, in moving forward in terms of ESG. We are all aware that the mitigation of climate crisis is especially important to our region, and the transition to low carbon economy is urgent as we move to reduce carbon footprint. A stock exchange, therefore, has a critical mass, as I said, of businesses and individuals who can influence and expedite the adaptation of measures towards sustainability. We play, and for the stock exchange itself, Jamaica Stock Exchange, we are a member of the UN Sustainable Stock Exchanges. So we are committed to using all the levers we can to engender changes. Changes, we believe, at the organizational level will have the multiplier effect for changes at the national level. However, we believe a multidimensional and concurrent approach is what will bring about changes at even a faster pace. This morning, I wish to briefly share with you what the Jamaica Stock Exchange is doing in respect to environmental, social, and governance issues. And I will approach it in 4 parts. First, I want to speak about what, as a listed company, we are doing, because the Jamaica Stock Exchange is a listed company. And I believe that we need to have the moral authority to speak about the environment, social or governance issues, if we are to bring that to the other companies that are listed on our exchange. Next, I want to speak about the national initiative that we, partnership. Partnership is important, and the national initiative that we are currently doing. Then let us look at the social stock exchange, and finally at the organizational level, how we wish to interact with companies that are listed on the exchange. We believe it is important to understand what will be asked of us as we regulate. So just to give you an idea of what we did, we have focused heavily on corporate governance. We have also focused on the social, as in 2019, we launched our social stock exchange. And we have asked that all listed companies provide, as a part of regulation, information in relation to its governance charter, its social charter, and so that builds the company. However, we have taken, obviously, a closer look at environmental issues. And as a stock exchange, we decided to look at ourselves and in respect to greening of the exchange. And we actually, with the assistance of ESL, our consultants, we started to delve deeply into what does it take to ensure that we looked at the environment holistically. Recently, I was at a conference, and what was reported was really with ESG, most companies are doing it already. All you have to do now is to look at a framework and know how to report it. But I dare say that that is not the case. That is not the case, because we feel we are doing it. But when you look at, and especially the stock exchange, when we looked at what transpired after we invited a consultant to come in and say, look at what our environment, how are we impacting the climate? How are we impacting our staff work? We realized that it was not just about a framework. It was about a culture change, a shift in how we do business. This is not even close, to how we felt that we should be working with our staff, our environment, etc. I'm going to tell you, the exercise resulted in several changes in respect to product, to the space that were negatively impacting the staff and the environment. Our journey is not yet over as we develop the framework and reporting mechanism to monitor our own footprint. Aside from that, some 10 years ago, as a sustainable exchange, we embarked on increasing our reliance on solar energy. And we're happy to report that by the end of this year, we will be more than 80% reliant on natural energy to power our operation. This, I think, is important to speak about, because it is really how the rubber hits the road. It is important to talk, but it is also important that we action what we do. Now I want us to turn our attention to external partnerships. We embarked on being the facilitating agency for the government's green bond project, and I'll say it's the government's project. We are collaborating for climate resilience. This is an initiative by the government of Jamaica, the Green Climate Fund. And as I said, with us being the facilitating agency, the Green Bond Project aims to facilitate an enabling environment for a Caribbean green bond listing. So again, using what we have, our facility, to take us into how do we impact the environment. And this bond will be listed on the stock exchange, and it will have a global reach. Now, funding is important. The readiness support of US $582,000 was through the Green Climate Fund. The project is comprehensive and aimed at reaching every player in the financial market, but not only reaching every player, but impacting the wider society in terms of the, how it is that the capital market will finance some of the activities that will impact them down the road. It will explore the project will explore the debt capital market as a source of financing for climate resilience and low carbon development in Jamaica. And through this Green Bond Climate Fund Readiness Grant, we will strengthen the country's commitment to climate action. So again, we talk about the environment. The green bonds are an innovative means of encouraging sustainability and mitigating climate change by supporting climate-related and other types of environmental projects, including those aimed at energy efficiency. And here it shows how it impacts everyone. Clean transportation, pollution prevention, sustainable agriculture, fisheries, forestries, and the protection of aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems, clean water, and sustainable water management. And we are doing this. We are really engaged in this because we see this as a means of ensuring that we are competitive globally, that we meet also the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The Green Bond Project is intended to do so much more than garnering funds to invest in green projects. It will provide an enabling policy and regulatory framework for both the public and private sector. We don't presently have a structured framework. So obviously, this is putting in place what exactly do we need to do to encourage environmental best practices? What do we need to do to encourage governance? What do we need to do to encourage the social and persons in the social sector to be in line, in tune with sustainable development? We think that the framework is necessary, and as we go through the motions, what is equally necessary is that the players in the market are being trained and sensitized, and that capacity building is being addressed. As climate changes impact development and economic growth, it is important to focus on the areas of growth and the main influences of growth and the influencers and actors. As confirmed by statistics, both at the global and local level, listed companies contribute significantly to GDP. And this is where we are. We have over 100 companies listed on the stock exchange. So if we can actually impact how they see governance, how they see the environment, the framework, then we are really in for a good start. And the way we do that also is really to show from even the board level, the risk reward and the sustainable matrix that comes about really engaging in the environment, engaging in governance, engaging in the social. The financial market has a critical role to play in educating the investing public. Similar to the London Stock Exchange, Chile, Brazilian Stock Exchange, we intend to look at models along with the UN sustainable framework, because there is a framework that, along with the green climate bond environment that we are looking at, we intend to put that necessary infrastructure in place to counter, especially when we look at climate crisis. This also means that we'll be increasing activities to boost the awareness of the listed companies. And while we do this, we are looking not only at voluntary, but we will, as we have seen with the US SEC and others, we will look at compulsory activities as well. The fact is that both will work hand in hand. But importantly for us is that training, sensitization must take place before we do that. As our rules even now exist, that companies must report in keeping with IFRS, we note that the IFRS reporting is changing to incorporate ESG into the reporting standards. And already that makes it almost mandatory for companies that are listed on the exchange. Why? Because many of our rules say that companies financial reporting standards. So we feel that we really have to ramp up the activities of sensitization as it relates to ESG. Let me just turn our attention a little to the social stock exchange, because many times persons really believe that just talking about donations, etc., make it social. But we believe in looking at the 360, that you have financial, you have social, you have environment. We must look at how, as an exchange, we can also facilitate the growth and development of the social sector, which will allow also for us to meet the sustainable development goals. And many of the projects that we recognize that are contemplated by the mainstream financial market have elements of the social in it and will not be properly and completely done unless we look at how a good framework for the social. Hence, the stock exchange launched the social stock exchange, and that was developed to enable access to capital as well as strengthen the framework of reporting of these entities. We believe we are making some progress. Turning my attention now to best practices and encouragement of our sector and the companies listed on the exchange. Through our best practices awards over the years, we have been able to encourage behavioral changes of our listed companies on matters relating to social and governance issues. Companies view, and really companies vie to receive the PSOJ JC Corporate Governance Awards. Naturally, the committee, chaired by our Professor Neville Ying, has now turned its attention to the introduction of an index aimed at measuring the listed companies' responsiveness to climate change, to the environment. It is often said that what gets measured gets done. And previously, what we have done is provided an index on governance, and we believe that that has worked. And so now we are turning our attention to providing an index on the E. Therefore, for our 2023 awards, this will be introduced, is another means of effecting changes, which we have no doubt will be successful. It's really how the rubber hits the road. In conclusion, through these actions, that is the building of internal competencies, assessing, assembling, and actioning the debt market, and fostering a conducive environment for supporting of green bond ecosystem through providing a roadmap for listing and implementing green bond and the listing standards and guidelines. We believe that we are far ahead in providing or improving ESG, providing the capacity building for market and market education to develop a pool of local and regional players, especially very, very, very important, especially as we seek to be global players. We are also, as I said before, adopting regulatory measures in respect to market education, creating an index through the route of best practices awards, and pushing on this matter of the social exchange. The exchange will play a pivotal role in influencing the game-changing national and organization response, I believe, to the matter of ESG, and as a subset, obviously, to the matter of the climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Street Forest. Very, very encouraging. Ladies, we have been treated to a feast, really, of presentations, and we are, of course, running behind. Are there any questions? We can probably just take 2 questions before we change our presentation to the next session. Any questions or comments? Anything online? Anything in the question and answer from the virtual audience? Because we know we have persons who have joined us virtually. No? Okay, so please help me thank Mr. Samuda is just reminding us that 70% of our population lives within the coastal zone, really. And that is a very important consideration. And I think that as we move into the next session, where we live, work, and play, we will probably, if we don't discuss it as fully, we can raise it. So thank you very much, Ambassador Van Steen, for being with us, for sharing with us. And we know you're going to be with us as long as you can, but we understand that we're competing for time. Thank you, Professor Taylor. Same thing to you. I know that you are, we're privileged, and you came back into the island yesterday, and you, of course, delivered, always very loyal, very faithful to the subject. And thank you, Mr. Fletcher, for representing Mona J Informatics and the project, and you have stimulated interest. We're going to talk some more about how we can carry the whole waste management issue forward. So thank you very much. We can, Ambassador Van Steen, if you can sit. And then I would like to invite Ms. Una Mae Gordon, who is going to moderate the next session, and our presenters, Ms. Heather Pinnock, Dr. Ranglin Edwards, and we have Rashida Mrs. Rashida Khan, and who else is here with us for this session? I think the other.
Transformation through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey? Transformation through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey?
Hello, everyone. It's still morning. Prof will tell you that for us in climate change, our morning begins when the rest of the world begins and not when Jamaica wakes up. So it's really, really a privilege to be here and to be maneuvered by my friend Eleanor to moderate this really very timely dialogue. I think it is the only way that we will be able to continue to participate and actively engage and to utilize the resources that the ambassador mentioned that is sometimes available but not always used. So for this session, I've been asked to moderate, and we're going to interrogate a little bit. We heard Prof, we heard the minister. How hot is too hot? And I am Una Mae Gordon. Some of you know me, knew, so it's in the past. As a former principal director of the Climate Change Division in the government of Jamaica, I am no longer there, so let me take a disclaimer here. And on the program, I'm described as an environmental and climate change expert. I claim no knowledge of being an expert sitting at the feet of Prof. Taylor and Eleanor Jones. I'm just your humble servant moderating this session this morning. I have with me here my really very august panelists. Two presentations will be made, and then we will have two discussants who I believe will then proffer some thoughts and some reflections. I'll introduce my first two, which is the lovely Heather Pinnock. Good to see you, Heather. We have exited stage right together, and we're happy. And Dr. Gail Ranglin Edwards. So I'll tell you a little bit, really a little bit about them both together, and then I'll just ask them to run the presentation. Most of you knew Heather. I knew Heather as Emancipation Park. I call her Emancipation Park. So most of you did. That's what I know Heather. But the paper says she's a Jamaican pacemaker and champion of sustainable tropical living. She's a development professional with formal training in architecture, urban design, and project management, as well as over, not dating her, so I won't say how many years experience, it's over 20, in construction and real estate. And I really don't want to date you that you're looking so young this morning. She's a graduate of the Bartlett Development Planning Unit at University College of London and the Caribbean School of Architecture at the University of Technology, Jamaica. Heather's worked across Jamaica as well as St. Lucia and Trinidad and Tobago. And her experience include master planning, energy efficient and net zero building, sustainable housing and public spaces. And in 2021, a successful stint at one of the government of Jamaica largest real estate management and development agency, the UDC. Well done, Heather. And at the UDC, she actively promoted making development happen sustainably. And I could go on and on and on to tell you about Heather. But in the interest of time, I will stop there. And she now has a company that can support the private sector, Lucia Caribbean, which offers real estate advisory services with a focus on sustainable development and conscious living for tropical regions. Welcome to the panel, Evan. We look forward to your presentation. Major Gail Wrangling Edwards. She's major in the Army. Not major in anything else, major in the Army. And yes, and she holds a BSc honors in biochemistry and zoology. So how you got in the Army? A bachelor's in medical sciences and a bachelor of medicine and surgery at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. Gail is an active duty military officer. She's major at the Jamaica Defense Force and currently holds the appointment of Force Medical Officer. Her primary responsibility at the JDF includes leading the medical services with the responsibility for acute and emergency medical services, humanitarian and disaster response, laboratory and aeronomic services. And you heard Prof spoke about disaster. You heard the minister spoke about loss and damage and the risks that we face. She received her training and certification as a military flight surgeon and an aeronautical examiner with the U.S. Army School of Aviation Medicine and the Federal Aviation Administration, which we know as the FAA, respectively. She also served as a member of the National Emergency Health Planning Committee and is the PAHO Emergency Medical Team National Military Focal Point and AMT Coordinator. And I could go on and on, Major, but in the interest of time, I will stop there and invite both Heather first and then Major Edwards, Wrangling Edwards, to make the presentation to you. How hot is too hot?
Do I advance or do you? Okay. Good morning. It is a delight to be here to discuss something that I have been talking about for a long time. I don't see Prof anymore, but Prof and I have been talking about this for about 10 years when that Mora report first came out. And we continue to talk and act to see how we can move this forward. Please tell me what to press. Okay. So this morning we want to talk about, let me go back to my heading. We want to talk about moving towards a climate-smart built environment. And I'm speaking specifically about the built environment. I actually like to talk about everything because this topic is very important to me and it affects all areas of our lives. So I could talk to you about how you do this in your personal life, but I am, as she just said, very much have been professionally involved in the built environment and in the development of the built environment. And so today I'm happy to speak very specifically about how climate change is affecting us in the built environment and how we can move towards responding to that and being more smart. And I want to start with a quote. And it's a quote from a book. And I did the quote first, and then I came in this morning and saw the author sitting beside me. So I want to start with a quote from Diana Macaulay's awesome book called Daylight Come. It came out in 2020. In it, before I get to the quote, the book is a fascinating book. You all should buy it. Could you just pass a copy? Let me just hold it up. And I just want you to know, even though we're sitting beside her, we didn't discuss this beforehand. I got this book last Christmas. And somebody said to me, this book is about climate change, is your kind of thing, you should read it. And I think everybody in Jamaica should read it because this book is about what happens after climate change. We always hear talk of climate change, and the truth is, especially if you listen to what Prof was saying earlier, change is not really where we are. We're past change. And in this book is a work of fiction that imagines what will life be like after it changes, when it gets way beyond all those worst case scenarios that we've thought of. What will it be like? And I'm just going to read the quote quickly. She says, they called it different things: change, then crisis, followed by emergency. Then they changed it to disruption, then disaster. In the end, it didn't matter. Finally, they, and we never know who they are, realized that the worsening climate converged with poverty, geography, history, and we could add many other things, actually. And so now they call it the convergence. And I like this quote in particular because it spoke to, we don't really know where we're going. We don't know how bad this will get. And we need to think about it and plan for it. And as a planner, I am a planner originally, and a built environment professional, I have to think about this in terms of the work that we do, the spaces that we occupy. So let's talk about sustainable development, which is the work and the response that we want. Sustainable development is a concept that's been spoken about for a long time. And in this slide, I'm sharing with you my favorite definition. There are many, many ways of defining sustainable development. But this is my favorite definition. It's from the Brundtland Report of 1987 when I was but a toddler. It says, sustainable development is development which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And again, this is so important. Very often when we build, and it's something I think about a lot as a construction professional, is that moment when we dig the ground, when we break the soil, and we like to have those ceremonies, and pour that cement, we are creating something that is likely to be permanent. It is very rare in Jamaica that you see things knocked down. It's very rare in most places. Most build things, when they're built, stay there for a long time. In fact, it's as close to permanence as you can get. It's one of the most both fulfilling and distressing things that comes into the mind of a construction and development professional. That the things I do, the things I build, the things that I build for you to occupy will be there long after me. I would think of Emancipation Park. I remember doing that as a wee child, and it was 20 years ago. And it is there's such a deep feeling in your stomach when you have built something which outlives you, then you see it being used as you wish it to be used. But that's one example. There are other things we build that we may not be so proud of. And so in the built environment, we want to think about how do we do things to fulfill the needs of today? How do we build the things that fulfill the needs of today, but leaves room for the younger generation, for the people who come after that, who will do things and think of things that we never even dreamed of? And how do we leave room for them in this permanent world that we continue to construct every day? So I'm just going to touch very quickly on sustainability and what does sustainability mean. And I like to use this Venn diagram. In fact, I like it so much, it's my company's logo. And this is a Venn diagram I've been using for the last 15 years. And it speaks about what is sustainability. And sustainability is a balance, a delicate balance, where we're looking at three things coming together: the planet, our environment, all the natural resources, our people, which is our society, our culture, our heritage, and profit, which is our economy and our financial viability and how we can compete in local and global markets, and how we bring those three things into equilibrium. How do we balance them? And how do we make sure we always think of all three when we're doing everything? If you realize if you lean into any one, you may not achieve what you intend. And I just want to say that ESG, which is something they were just talking about and something that's increasingly spoken about, ESG is essentially the same Venn diagram that I've been using for 15 years, but what it is instead is governance of the profit. So it's governance of the people and the institutions that are making big profit. So ESG is the same diagram, but with looking at governance of profit. I won't tarry on the global goals because Prof presented this before. There are 17 goals. We are halfway to the 2030 targets and what we hope to achieve. But I just want to speak to the goals as it relates to the built environment, as it relates to the things that we construct and develop every day. And the RICS, which stands for Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, which is one of the global institutions that monitors the built and natural environment, RICS put out a sustainability report earlier this year, which says, because of its cross-sectoral reach, land, construction, and real estate can be a powerful driver for corporate sustainability and for making the goals a reality. Now, what do they mean by this? Everything we do, almost everything we do, occurs within the built environment. A lot of what we do happens in buildings, in our homes, in places that are constructed. Therefore, so much happens in constructed places, from hotels to hospitals to schools to conference rooms. What we do and how we create these spaces can really have an impact on achieving these global goals, and these global goals are for our long-term sustainability. So I'm going to touch very specifically on how these SDGs relate to the built environment. So the way that we use land, the way that we plan and design, the way that we construct, all are major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. And that means we have to consider how we do those things. The construction of buildings, the creation of buildings, and end of life, and all the waste created is an important consideration about waste generation and disposal and how that affects our local environments and communities. There is in construction and development and real estate corrupt practices that also take a social and economic toll. Housing, which is a huge part of our built environment, is a major quality of life determinant. How we live is such a big part of our quality of life. I found a statistic that says about 1/3 of our life is spent in our bedroom alone, not even house. About 1/3 of your life is spent in your bedroom, which means you need to consider, what is that space like? You know, not only in terms of comfort, but how is it built? How is it made? And how does it affect your quality of life? And finally, construction and real estate, as we know, as is always announced, is a major part of fostering economic growth and employment opportunities. But, of course, this needs to be managed with human and labor rights safeguards. So I just want to go to some statistics, and if there's nothing much else you remember about what I say this morning, I want you to remember some of these things. First of all, over 40% of global emissions come from buildings and the real estate sector. That is significant. That is significant. Why is it such a high figure? Because, as I said before, almost everything we do in buildings. Almost everything we do in built spaces. And therefore, the construction of those spaces, the materials that are used to get to those spaces, particularly in places where we have to import some of those construction materials like steel and other elements of construction, those things come on a ship, and think about all of the emissions and all of the footprint to get the steel that goes into the wall, for example. So almost over 40%, I've seen as low as 40 and I've seen as high as 47% of global emissions are accountable, built environment is accountable for that. Of that amount, 70% comes from the actual operation of the building. That is turning on the lights, turning on the air conditioning, and 30% comes from the building materials. I'm going to go over this very quickly because I'm running out of time. So we've had a small island developing states initiative called 1.5 to Stay Alive. And we recall at the 2015 COP21, which was discussed a little earlier, there was global commitments for net zero emissions by 2050. We have not really achieved that, and in fact, we are barreling way past 1.5. 1.5 to Stay Alive was the kind of slogan that was used by the Caribbean and other small island states at COP 2015, at COP21, and since. But importantly, as we go into COP27 this year in 2022, we have realized that that's not being achieved, and so the focus is much more on loss and damage. And loss and damage is looking at the built environment, which allows you a measurable target. What has been lost? What has been damaged? How do you value that? And then how do you pay? How does the polluter pay and respond? So let's talk about the impact of climate change in general. Now, we've spoken about adaptation. I won't go too much into mitigation because, as we've said, the Caribbean, the entire Caribbean, not just Jamaica, emits less than 1% of global carbon dioxide emissions. So while mitigation is important, we still represent less than 1%. So it's important that we adapt. However, we have been talking for a long time about adaptation. And in fact, earlier this year, the IPCC report said that the capacity of the world to adapt to the impacts will diminish rapidly the further temperatures rise. And quickly we will reach a limit beyond which adaptation is impossible. So there will soon be a time where it is impossible to build to resist a Category 5 hurricane. It will be impossible for our built environment to continue to protect us, to continue to receive the amount of rain, to continue to address the amount of heat. We will reach a point where there is no more we can do, and we must therefore figure out how we respond to that. I want to touch quickly on our situation here in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Mr. Samuda kind of preempted me with this. 70% of the people in the Caribbean live at or near sea level and in coastal settlements. That is a huge amount of people. That is a huge amount of people. Also, think of the investments that we have close to the sea. In this picture alone, you will see a highway, which is expensive. You'll see large hotels, which are expensive. You'll see large housing estates. Think of all of the investments we have and how close they are to the sea, how close they are to the coast. As a country, and not
Acorn
only here,
transformation
across the
through
Caribbean and
social
across
dialogue in
small island
collaboration
developing
with the
states.
European
We have
Union
major
present
investments
the
and we
25th
continue to
anniversary
put
climate
major
summit
investments on
under the
coastal areas
theme
because in some cases it's all we have, in other cases it's some of the prime properties, but we have to think of the impacts that will have. Also in the Caribbean, we spend 50% of our lives. Half of our lives are under a clearly defined threat of hurricanes and tropical storms. Our hurricane season is 6 months a year. We don't really think about it much, but 6 months a year is half of the year, which is half of your life, is spent under the real, clear and present danger of the effect of a tropical storm or hurricane. That's a lot. That's a lot of stress when you think about it. 10% of Caribbean economies, valued at about $22 billion US, could be lost to climate events by the year 2050. That's by halfway through this century. I put it small below, but by the end of the century, that could be 20%. That is significant. When we think about countries like Dominica and how Tropical Storm Erica, a tropical storm, wiped out almost their entire GDP with a single weather event. So how do we respond in terms of the built environment? For sea level rise, there'll be issues like coastal erosion and damage to infrastructure. What do we do? I just put up a picture here of that Port Royal Street revetment, which is such an important way of protecting our assets in downtown Kingston. The road was literally falling into the sea. These kinds of things are important ways that we address through the built environment response to climate change. For higher temperatures, there'll be more use of energy, more use of water, and more things happening indoors. For instance, for more intense storms, we have to look at damage to both the buildings and to infrastructure, and then to droughts, which I think are the most insidious of disasters. We have to think about water restrictions and how that also affects us. Just very quickly, here in Jamaica, we have had some success, and I like to end with speaking about the positive and how we can look up. In Jamaica, we have had some success. The Marriott Courtyard in Kingston is a LEED certified building, certified for new construction under the 2009 standard in 2017. It was certified for energy and atmosphere, indoor environmental quality, and water efficiency. And this shows us that it can be done. Our built environment can operate, can be built at a higher, more high-performing, climate-responsive level. Also, right now, on the LEAD website, if you go check it out, there are other hotels across Jamaica being considered, there's a supermarket being considered, and a lab. Up at University of the West Indies, I'm very proud to say I was part of a team that developed the first net zero energy building at UWI. Again, an example that it can be done, setting the examples of what we need to do in our built environment. And we're going to see other things happening, especially as we move more indoors, and especially as a response to things like COVID-19, where we'll see things like well certification that look at the quality of indoor air. And in closing, I just want to say that perhaps we don't need to worry about high-tech and expensive solutions, because we've known this for some time. And I love to show this little house because in many ways it responds to climate and responds to climate change and has been designed to respond for a long time. There are many things that we can learn from our traditional architecture or traditional ways of doing things that are important reminder to us of how we can have a more climate-smart response. So we do the best we can until we know better, but when you know better, do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather. I think that little house, the more things change, the more they should remain the same. There are limits to adaptation, and you hear ministers saying that when we go to the COP to fight, Elena will tell you that's our mantra. There are limits to adaptation, and there's going to come a time when we can't adapt anymore. So thank you very much, Eva, that you are here and to guide the process back to normality. We are extreme outside creatures in the small island state, and we lock ourselves in buildings with air conditioning so much that we forget sometimes that we are outside creatures. Thanks again. Doc, Major?
Hi, good morning, everyone. All protocols being observed. First of all, I would just want to say, you all must be wondering, why is this army lady coming to talk to you all about climate and climate change? And I just want to mention that over the last few years, while serving as the medical officer of the JDF, one of our mandates included responding to health emergencies in the Caribbean and nationally. And what I realized in the last 5 years, each year we have to deploy to respond to populations that really face the brunt of adverse climate. And with that, it really struck to my core and ignited my drive to continue studying public health and how climate relates to the health of our population. So this morning, I'm going to give you an overview of the determinants of health, and Professor Taylor would have mentioned some of them, and likewise, Heather. I also want to mention the direct and indirect effects on health, and we'll speak about some of that. And also, I want to highlight the vulnerabilities that we face and some of the adaptive capacities that we need to undertake in this country, and taking attention to the World Health Organization 2021 assessment of the progress of the health sector in Jamaica and our response. Now, before I go and speak about that, I want to remind ourselves of the fact that what Dr. Taylor mentioned before and what Heather mentioned before is a convergence of poverty, the environment, and geography on our health. And this is a famous framework that we as public health professionals use, and it basically captures some of the key determinants to our health. And what it says is that our overall health is a consequence of our individual characteristics and lifestyle choices we make. However, this is compounded by the interactions between three important layers: our social and community networks, our living and working conditions, and Heather would have spoken about the living and working conditions, the fact that we spend most of our time indoors, and it is a key determinant of our overall health. In addition to that, the general socioeconomic, cultural, and environmental conditions also have an impact on health. And we see this factoring in our agriculture and food production sectors. It determines our food security, and it also plays out in our childhood under 5 mortality. Our education, how are our population educated to know that some of the strategies we need to undertake will have an impact on our health? Our work environment, unemployment, poverty and social inequality is a huge determinant of our health, and we find that most of the persons that are affected by climate change are actually persons in the lower socioeconomic class. Water and sanitation. Minister Samuda earlier would have mentioned the disruption of our water supplies and how the rising sea levels have an impact in our water resources. However, if we do not have efficient healthcare services to respond to the effects of the population, it will also give rise to increased morbidity and mortality in our population. Not sure why okay, my slides weren't advancing. Now, Professor Taylor earlier mentioned that our temperatures are rising. And in the Caribbean, over the last few centuries, our temperatures have been increasing at a rate of 1 degree per century. However, I want to highlight also that the rate of increase in the last 33 years is higher than that seen globally, an average of 1.3 per year. And Heather would have spoken about the fact that we need to stay under 1.5 to keep alive. When we look at the map of the Caribbean, we'll see that, when we look at the map in the Caribbean, we'll see that in the Antilles, there are significant increases in the rising sea surface temperatures. And in the Lancet Commission, more than 10 years ago, it highlighted the fact that climate change is the biggest global health threat of the 21st century. Climate change. And how is climate change the biggest global health threat in the 21st century? Now, this diagram that is displayed here actually summarizes some of the effects that we face. And this, combined with the vulnerabilities that we have, which I mentioned before in our key determinants of health, give rise to things that we see: injury and mortality from extreme weather conditions. Now, this year, we saw that we had significant flooding throughout parts of our country, and we would have heard very heartbreaking stories of young children that were swept away in these flood waters. And this will continue. It will continue, and it is something that we need to recognize and create a very keen sense of urgency. We already spoke about heat-related illnesses and heat strokes, and Dr. Mansing and his colleagues will delve more into that, so I won't belabor that point. Now, over the last 5 years, we've had quite a number of severe hurricanes that targeted and affected quite a number of our urban cities. And what you'll find is that in the health sector, there has been a significant increase in persons reporting to emergency rooms because indirectly or directly, they would have been subjected to illnesses that are aggravated by the adversities of climate health. Now, this graph demonstrated here shows that with increased climate change, we will have our elderly, our children, or persons with chronic illnesses and are socially isolated bearing the brunt of this. Now, one of the key issues includes the fact that the life cycles of vectors of highly virulent diseases, for example, dengue and malaria, are highly susceptible to temperature, humidity, and precipitation changes. Now, this graph shows that with climate change, what we will see is that the seasonality of our dengue outbreaks will change. And in 2019, we saw a very, very severe dengue outbreak that really impacted our health services. While I was at the JDF, we had to assist quite a number of our corporate area hospitals because not only our population is affected, but our healthcare workers were significantly affected, and there was indeed almost a collapse of our health services. So it's something to bear in mind. Now, climate change or adverse events will increase food insecurity. It will contribute to our vulnerabilities, which includes our water insecurity, our dependency on imported foods, urbanization, migration, and I already spoke about health service disruption. Now, in Jamaica, according to the WHO report in 2021, it said that 8.9% of our adult population is considered to be undernourished, 8.9%. What is even more striking is that a quarter of our population is obese. And that is because we do not have the proper access to nutritious and quality foods. And that is due to the effects in the agricultural sector. Now, what will this do? It will increase the burden of the triple public health burden of undernutrition, micronutrient deficiencies, and obesity. And what we will see in the next graph is that the adverse effects of climate change threaten to reverse the gains that we have made in achieving our sustainable development goals. It will increase our demand for emergency health services. And most importantly, we need to talk about the fact that the infrastructure of our health facilities will be significantly disrupted by adverse weather. Heather mentioned the built environment. Health services are also present in coastal areas, and they're particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, and it is something to bear in mind. Now, in this assessment, we also saw that there is a need for the National Health and Climate Change Strategy Plan to be further developed. Now, on the diagram on the right, it highlighted the fact that we need to incorporate meteorological data in our public health surveillance mechanism, and we are quite not there yet in terms of monitoring thermal threats due to climate change, and it's an important factor that we need to consider. In it, 3 minutes, okay. All right. Currently, no agreement exists between Ministry of Health and Wellness and other key sectors which have roles and responsibilities in relation to the links between climate change and health. And we need to have a national assessment of health vulnerability, and the impacts of climate change are still in progress. Now, there was a recent Lancet Commission that highlighted that there are key steps that we need to undertake. We need to increase the dialogue on climate change by public health officials being catalysts to the sense of urgency for climate change. We need to have our voices heard. And in addition to this, the WHO recommends that we need to implement this climate strategy. We need to conduct this national assessment. We need to strengthen the integrated surveillance and early warning systems. Early warning systems are very important. We need to assess the barriers to accessing international climate change financing to support the health adaptation and response to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Major. I think when we have such a powerful presentation telling us that our food and nutrition security is threatened, more children are going to be washed away. That what you said, Major? Climate change then becomes, yes, indeed, this biggest global threat, and for us in the trenches. And so we have to believe what Prof said this morning. The urgent becomes immediate. So thanks again, Major, for just highlighting really that the urgency of the matter. So I'll turn now to my two discussants who will proffer some reflections on the topic, but also on the presentations, if possible. And we have Mistress Canhad. Let me get it right. And she's an environmental chemist with significant experience in environmental project management, occupational health and safety assessments, environmental audits, and environmental analytical writing. Most important skill needed in our part of the world. And she serves as a manager of Environmental Solutions, one of our foremost environmental NGOs here in Jamaica. It's a company, private sector company, almost listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, on not the junior market, the main market. And she is responsible for the overall day-to-day management of the ISO, IES, the lab, the occupational health, and I feel like I'm doing my master's class again, Diana, that you sent me to do almost 30 years ago when I heard both of them talking. The determinants of health and all of that. It came back and I was sitting in class, Major. But I want to highlight that she has this really, really very strong aptitude for interpreting technical data, which sometimes, I think you heard Minister speaking this morning, and it was this process of interpreting the technical data for real day-to-day use and presenting it in appropriate format for recommendation, for the dialogue and decisions to be made, especially in forum like this. She's a trained ISO 1725 assessor, and her auditing experiences consist of both lab and environmental assessment. And our second discussant, which I think we are really very, very pleased to be here, because this is the way that we are going, and I'm sure we will wrap up with the trade union movement. Mrs. Tiffany Powell-Williams, very happy to have you here, Madam. Is the General Secretary at the Jamaica Civil Service Association, and I'm not dating you, so I'm not gonna say how long you're there. Over many, many years, experience in human resource management, labor and industrial relations, and administration. And for those of us who don't know, the management and the transition of the workforce is now in the trenches, in the negotiations. How do we transition? She co-chairs the Emergencies, Disaster, Climate Change Steering Group of the Public Service International and is an executive council member of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions. We wish you well in the negotiations. She has presented at regional and international conferences on a range of issues, some of which includes climate resilience in small island developing states. And She has trained workers and regional digital academies in politics, policies, and campaigning on eliminating violence and elimination of harassment in the workplace. Welcome, both of you, to the podium. Oh, my apologies, Kirk. I am sorry, I forgot the virtual. We are so used to now being back face to face with absolutely no mask on this morning. I'm gonna introduce as well Kirk Douglas, Dr. Kirk Douglas, and he's the director of the Center for Biosecurity Studies at the university, our very own University of the West Indies in Caville. And we would have wished for you to be here, Kirk, but we'll take you online. He's a professional senior scientist recognized both regionally and internationally for impactful scientific research in the field of virology. Why are you taking me all back to school? Biosecurity, climate change, microbe, and infectious diseases. He has earned a Bachelor of Science degree in microbe, a Master of Philosophy and MPhil degree in microbe, and a DPhil in medical microbe from the University of the West Indies, Caville in Barbados. Let me welcome all three, in the interest of time, to this discussion session.
Good morning, all. Are you hearing me? All right, so I was asked to really hone in on temperature, looking at temperature and indoor air quality. Now, both my former speakers, Mrs. Finnock, of course, Ms. Finnock and Dr. Anglin, spoke about some very, very key issues. And Professor Taylor, I mean, you had a spectacular presentation this morning. It's a lot of food for thought. But one of the things we also need to understand, as we talk about climate change and we're talking about people spending a lot more time indoor, is what are the impacts of climate change in our indoor air quality? In most of the buildings that I've assessed in Jamaica, and I've assessed a lot of buildings in Jamaica, temperature is one of those things that affect us. And we don't seem to understand that not being a cool space doesn't mean that you have good air quality, right? Temperature is just a perception when it comes to occupational safety and health, how somebody perceives an environment, whether it's too hot or too cool. A lot of buildings use what is called a ventilation system, right, to create an environment where persons can be kept cool but also comfortable. A ventilation system to a building is like our lung store bodies. This is where we have air exchange. And the air that is normally used for a ventilation system is taken from the outdoors, right? And what we have seen from climate change is that we expect certain changes to our environment in the outdoor. We expect higher carbon dioxide, we expect more particulate matter, which is from drier conditions, forest fires, volcanoes, from combustion, any combustion engine whatsoever. We expect more microorganisms because, and Dr. Douglas can tell you about, microorganisms like nice warm temperatures. So we can expect a higher concentration of mold and yeast in our outdoor airs. We can expect more rainfall, which is also would increase our relative humidity. So when we're looking at pulling air from the outside, what we're doing is that we're going to be pulling all of these pollutants inside. That means the ventilation system that we have designed for space will now have to do a lot of work to try to get that air at a level which it can be cooled, mixed with our return air, which is what is taken from the floor, and then sent back. So that means that our energy bills are going to go up, right? It means that, for example, the persons within this space, if we don't have a ventilation system that is working, properly working, will now have more load coming into the building with respect to pollutants, right? So we have to take a very, very careful note of whenever we're doing our construction, as Mrs. Pinnock tells you, We need to look at the building material that we use. We have to look at the design to make sure that the space, when we design a space, the ventilation system is taken into consideration. It is properly sized, it is properly maintained. We love to do renovations in spaces. And what we do is that we don't take into consideration the ventilation system that is designed for the space in its formal use. So we have seen situations where we're in a building that has wide open space and that we have put up partitions, and we have ended up in spaces that are too hot in some areas and then too cold in other areas. We also have a problem where we see team members, because they're feeling too cold, get up and then turn off the ventilation system, whether they block a diffuser or lock off the diffuser, creating a hot and cold space scenario within a space, which also affects our bodies. And as Dr. Ranglin tells you about, heat stress is one of the things that can also occur within an internal space, where we don't have enough cold air, where we don't have enough airflow around us, right? We find that the equipment we use in a space also can also affect our internal temperatures. When we have spaces which are designed that we introduce additional machinery, one of the byproducts of the machinery use is heat, which can also add to our heat stress. So my takeaway is that, you know, internal temperatures are something that also is related to climate change. It also relates to our buildings and how our buildings operate. The construction of our buildings are important, how they're designed, the material they're designed, having good building codes, sticking to the building codes, building plan. We have nowadays where buildings are side to side. There's no airflow between them. How does the building breathe, right? So these are the things that we need to, and we need to look at how they affect our workers. Productivity is an important thing. As Ms. Minek shows you, profit, people, and planet, right? Most buildings, most businesses want to have profit at the end of the day. But if we have team members who are not able to work at an optimal efficiency, that will affect our productivity, right? So the building space is very important, and it is something that we need to look into, and we need to see the relationship. As Taylor tells you, it's a collaborative approach. Don't believe that because it's happening outside, it's not going to come inside. It will come inside. It will affect us, right? And as we spend more time indoor, we have to pay attention to these things. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is a nice segue that my colleague here would have mentioned just now. Particularly, one of the key takeaways for me was profit. Well, it was people. Doctor spoke earlier about the planet, the people, and profit. And this is something that the trade union movement from as far back as 2009 would have been speaking about. We had a slogan that speaks to people over profit. So I'm happy to know that, in these discussions, we are actually on one accord. So let me start out with an illustration. It is a metaphor that speaks to the boiling frog. How many of you are aware of the boiling frog? I believe it's appropriate for the discussions. The pandemic is akin to putting a frog in boiling water. So whereupon it immediately jumps out, and no pun intended, but the governments would have jumped out with drastic measures. However, the climate crisis is akin to putting the frog in warm water, and what happens? The temperature rises, and the frog is so comfortable in the warm water that he doesn't even realize how hot it is, and eventually dies. So the analogy is, it speaks to the inability of people to react to significant changes that have occurred or that gradually occurs, and how we treat with these changes. I'm happy to be able to have this discussion, and I heard earlier Dr. Taylor spoke to some of the scientific, for want of a better word, measures and those happenings and the changes that have been occurring and some of those measures that we seek to change using structural systems. What we are facing now is an opportunity to be able to build alliances and together push for the changes that we need. I want to just quickly speak about the context of workers and how excessive heat has affected them while they are on the job. Quite often, it is the public service workers that must deal with the effects of the climate crisis. And for some time now, we have not just spoken about the climate change by itself. What we have been doing is cementing the emergencies, disasters, and climate crisis. Because we have the first responders, we have seen the first responders who have been those persons working on the front line when there is an emergency. So although most of the discussions here today will speak about hurricanes, tropical storms, we also factor earthquakes, the scenario of the earthquake in Haiti, the volcano in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and some other Caribbean countries that would have experienced climatic and environmental changes. So whether it's during or outside of a hurricane season, people who live and work in small island developing states know only too well that climate change is a reality and that it affects everything that we do. I want to use another example of postal workers who have to deliver mails on a daily basis, that they would have come to the unions seeking our intervention because of the excessive heat that they are expected to work in. So this is a time, it's opportune for the movement to work with the employers, with government, to see how best we can, through collective bargaining mechanism, seek to have these occupational safety and health hazards being treated with. Again, workers are the ones who feel the first-hand impact of the increasingly intense hurricanes, floods, longer periods of drought, and intense heat. Front-line responders to climate and other disasters know that the world has reduced greenhouse gas emissions and can better manage climate risk. They know that working collectively in their trade unions, that they are able to demand for system change, which constitutes the true worker or the true answer to tackle this climate crisis. However, system change can only happen through government-led action and investment. We listened to our brother who spoke about the debt financing and our Jamaica Stock Exchange, Dr. Marlene Street Forrest, who spoke about some climate crisis initiative in terms of getting credit ratings possible for those countries that would be impacted. I cannot overemphasize the need for us to work together in order to tackle this major event. It's adverse, it is an activity, and it's going nowhere. So we have to tackle it face forward. The vast majority of countries, and especially in the case of developing countries such as Jamaica, without strong and progressive interventions from the public service sectors, whether locally, regionally, or internationally, much of the agenda is set by the nationally determined contributions. And UNAME, you would have known, and I guess we're all here, the NDCs. And this is to reduce emissions or align it with our sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 13, which speaks to climate action. 1.5 to stay alive. Where's Jamaica? I'm not asking for the answers, it's just food for thought. So we must have effective implementation of the SDGs, and Doctor spoke about it earlier on, and this cannot be done without the public service or the public sector. So what the trade union movement would have been doing through the assistance of Swedish unions is to build the capacities of our workers. We have met with the firefighters. We have been meeting with other members. We had met with Planning Institute of Jamaica. We have met with young workers and women workers in building the capacities for them to have a better understanding of the impact and effects of this climate crisis, and how, as policy holders within the public sector, how we can assist to change policy or to develop policy and to push for better climate financing, and also to go into the communities so that persons can understand their role in treating with this very adverse effect of climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And we know the trade union was one of the early movers when the fight started. Doc, online, Kirk?
Hey, good afternoon to the panelists. Good afternoon to everyone. Give me permission to share my screen quickly, as I know we are running a bit behind time. So just let me know when you can see the screen. Can everyone see? Yes, no?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thanks very much. So let's proceed. So what I want to discuss very briefly, I will take you through is a whirlwind kind of presentation because the time is short. Just to emphasize that at the center, climate change and its impacts is one of our three focal areas. The way how we see biosecurity is slightly different to the traditional form of biosecurity. We define it as the science and practice of safeguarding lives and livelihoods. And this is done through the reduction of systematic vulnerabilities to biological ecosystems. Now, when we speak of biosecurity, we have a number of different lenses through which we see biosecurity: political, economic, social, technological, health and environment, which constitute the One Health paradigm, and also ethics and legal aspects of it, because we believe that this multidisciplinary approach is very important. We've already established this climate infectious nexus, which speaks very directly to what I'm about to present. And this graphic shows you the human-centric logo that we have and the radiating issues of climate, but also the integrated factors that also are linked with climate that affect human health and animal health. So when we speak of the infectious disease triangle, we are talking about the three main factors that govern infectious disease dynamics: the host, whether it be human or animal, the pathogen, whether it be a virus, bacteria, or fungus, and the environment. And we're speaking specifically in terms of the environment of climate change. And when we speak of climate change, there's the wet version. As you see, the wet impact of floods, storms, increased rains, and there's also the dry version in terms of drought, wildfires, and heat waves. And the wet version can influence vector-borne diseases, waterborne diseases, and also in terms of the dry impacts as well, waterborne diseases, as they increase the concentration of waterborne pathogens as well. These are just some examples within the Caribbean, maybe not so much in Jamaica, but leishmaniasis and Chagas, these are non-mosquito-borne diseases. And then there are the mosquito-borne and also the rodent-borne, which is also a bit underemphasized within the Caribbean. I believe that we have a number of diseases that are not diagnosed currently, but are actually very important in terms of human health within the region. So there's also the issue of the convergence of risk. And in biosecurity, we have three factors as well in terms of the environment, which climate change plays a major role. But we also have the human and the infrastructure factors, of which I believe Ms. Pinnock would have spoken to. And these are very important. And these include our solid and liquid waste management, drainage, road infrastructure, the way how we build our infrastructure as well in terms of the dwellings. And then we have the convergence of, China-US war, personal hygiene, and all these other things, which we can actually control. And specifically for the Caribbean, when we speak of vulnerabilities in biosecurity, we speak of 5 T's, tourism and trade, transport and travel. And then there's the emerging one in terms of migratory, as the risk of bird flu looms large for the region as well. But I want to focus on tourism and trade because these are important. Because as we build tourism, as we build our international trade, we also concomitantly and in tandem also have to build our waste management systems, because these will influence the emergence of infectious disease outbreaks. And to give you an example of the influence of temperature on vector-borne diseases, higher temperatures will result in a faster development of mosquito vectors, faster virus replication, and get this, also faster silent mutations in the virus RNA as well. And it will not only change both the environment and the actual pathogen, it will also change the human behavior in terms of the host, because when outside is warmer, we often seek reprieve from this heat. And so we seek cooler spaces. We also shed a lot of the clothing that we will have, and we expose more of our skin. And so that makes us more vulnerable, especially for vector-borne or mosquito-borne diseases. We also may seek water bodies such as streams and rivers to actually get a reprieve from the heat. More rainfall will mean more vector-borne, more vector-breeding sites, and the laying of eggs by these vectors. And also, as we have more solid waste within our environment, I saw the presentation by the geomatic of the department at MONA, and in terms of the waste that is generated within the environment, this also will increase the risk of vector-borne diseases. And zoning in on the role of infrastructure, this is a study that was done in Trinidad and Tobago, which showed distinctly that the road infrastructure can influence the risk of dengue disease. And class 3 and class 4 roads were found to account for 89% of nearby dengue cases. And this is something that we have to factor in terms of the context as we speak about sustainable development within the Caribbean in a changing climate. And I also want to highlight this caveat, and this is some research that we did on dengue strains from in 2013 during an outbreak in Barbados. We were able to do genetic sequencing of these strains. And what is really important is that the strains that we actually sequenced in Barbados were actually more closely related to those in Singapore and Thailand, all the way in Southeast Asia, and less so with Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean and also in South America. So that begs the question, why is that? Why were these epidemic strains more closely related to Southeast Asian strains rather than Caribbean strains? And this highlights the importance of understanding the different entry pathways of these pathogens. And maybe it could be due to the ethnographic ties to Southeast Asia within the Caribbean, including Jamaica, Guyana, and also Trinidad. What is the actual role of these social ties with the increased risk of infectious diseases? And this is a summary of a paper that we are going to publish shortly. And this is a systematic review of climate factors, studies on dengue and human dengue specifically, and climate. And it shows you the distribution for the different countries. You will see Jamaica at the bottom. The incidence of both severe dengue and also normal dengue is quite low, but you can see, for instance, Guadeloupe, Trinidad, and Tobago, they have quite high numbers. And there are also other factors that go in addition to climate, that actually influence the role that climate can play in, particularly in this case, dengue. And so you have rainfall, temperature, mean sea level pressure, and vapor pressure. It is very important to collect these meteorological data. And there are more questions, though, however, in terms of the impact of these natural climate impacts such as hurricanes, floods, and droughts. What are the roles of these in each Caribbean country, and also the roles of the different types of infrastructure and their status or their state? How are these influencing in terms of the infectious disease dynamics and also the human and the vector-borne influences? So that's it, quite short and quite fast, but I wanted to cover as much ground as possible because I think we have to have a more holistic approach to the way in which we will be trying to adapt and also mitigate the impacts of climate change, specifically as it relates to infectious diseases. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Sorry to be rushing, but there is really never enough time for a discussion of this nature. Let me really thank the panelists, the presenters, the discussants, and ask you that you can take leave. I'm going to ask you all here, participants, we're going to take a 2 minutes turnaround, a break, so that you can collect some refreshment. But we ask you to just collect, return to the room, and so we can, in the interest of time, so we can continue with this session, which I'm sure Mr. Samuda is waiting for. Other Samuda, many Samudas here. The one on sports, climate change and sports. So we heard about food, we heard about health, and we are coming up with the one on sports. So collect the break. And as we go, yes, the message I leave you with from this panel is that systems change is required and joined up action is necessary. Thank you all, my panelists, my lovely panelists and discussants. Sorry to be rushing you.
Transformation through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey?
Get involved to fight climate change. Come make we engage to fight climate change. Get involved. Too much carbon dioxide a release a contribute to climate change. Severe weather and strong hurricanes. Out the season rainfall and the place turn river long droughts. And it make the temperature hotter. We have to use up the sun, the wind and rivers to get cheaper and better energy. Plant more trees, preserve the forest, practice proper disposal of garbage. European Union and Jamaica are partnering for a sustainable future.
Jamaica's forests, mysterious, majestic, wondrous, life force of nature. A unique habitat for biologically diverse species of flora and fauna found nowhere else in the world. The lungs and breath of the earth, trees in the forest absorb carbon dioxide and breathe out oxygen essential to life, cooling down the planet. Forests collect and filter rainwater, releasing it to flow through the veins of the earth. Covering almost 40% of the island, Jamaica's forests form a tapestry of exquisite beauty, from untouched, pristine broadleaf trees in the heart of the island to waterlogged mangroves in brackish waters along the coast. The forest is the bush of life. Many products come from it that are vital to our survival. It's the source of livelihood for many people. When we destroy the forest, it degrades our watersheds, releases harmful carbon into the air, and leaves us vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. Forests act as a buffer, protecting us from natural disasters, reducing soil erosion, filtering and purifying our water. It's essential that we manage this valuable resource responsibly to benefit socially and economically in a sustainable way. Respect the cycle of life, protect the forest, and preserve it for the future.
Forests, the lungs of the nation, cover 40% of Jamaica's surface.
Forests are integral in the fight against climate change as they provide rainfall, collect and store carbon from the air, and so much more.
With the help of the European Union and the government of Jamaica's Forestry Department, Jamaican farming communities have joined the climate change fight.
Through apiculture and agroforestry, farmers in the forested Crofts Hill and Moran communities have learned sustainable forest management practices.
I've learned a lot since I've joined the group. I've learned about the bees. I never knew anything about bees before. And you know, the bees are an essential part of the project. And you know, it helps in pollination. And when pollination is taking place, a whole heap of things grow more, bear more. They are in the area and there's a whole heap of bees. So more pollination will take place. The timber and the fruit trees, as they grow, more trees will be in the area, so more rainfall will actually take place here. The watershed area will improve. And the canopy, birds come in the air and then sleep and the feces drop, and it fertilizes the earth as well. Because the more trees you have, the more activities takes place.
So we're standing here today in the demonstration plot, because it's a hillside, so we have the contour, yes, and the land from slip, because if we don't have this contour now, like when we have heavy rain, we have the slippage. Yes, we have planted the pineapples to help with the land slippage.
The people from the Forestry Department came and they enlightened us that slash and burn, we must not do it, not even our home, we must do any burning, because it's one of the things that spoil up the environment.
For farmers, rainfall is particularly important, and the forests help with this.
The forest is very important. It's a very important tree. As the rainfall, it comes at the soil farmer laugh, the one that plant the orange laugh, because the rain just come after the hill and just full the valley.
The forest is the integral part of this project because it is it that created rainfall. And rainfall is what we have short of. So if we have rainfall, we have boundless development in whatsoever we produce agriculturally. So rainfall and the forest totally linked together.
Farming is the main job for most persons here because, as you know, we are in the rural area. In Crofts Hill, the Forest Department plays a key role because it enhances the trees. When we have more trees, we get more rainfall, and the rainfall will increase the output of the vegetable seedling that we're currently producing in the plant nursery.
The European Union welcomes the progress as a part of its global climate change mandate.
The fight against the climate change is one of the main priorities for the European Union, globally and in each country we work with. In Jamaica, we start to collaborate supporting the national forest policy. And in particular, we are working on 3 lines. On the legislative line, modernize the National Forest Act, providing new tools for the sustainable forest management. And here we have tools like the National Forest Database, the National Mangrove Atlas, and a pilot study on the carbon that is stocked in Jamaican forest. And after, we have some intervention directly on the field, on the ground, like this project, and this is providing alternative livelihoods to diminish the pressure on the forest. And also we are working on reforestation and afforestation with a special attention on native Jamaican species.
The EU and Forestry Department should continue with groups that are interested in doing the project. As long as they carry out the project according to their stipulation, I think it will always be win-win for the community and the EU.
The EU and Jamaica, working towards farmers' climate resilience.
Forests are vital for life on Earth. Mangroves are tropical and subtropical trees and plants that live primarily in coastal environments. Mangroves can be found in every parish. They thrive mostly in the brackish wetlands on the south coast as well as on the north coast. Jamaican mangrove forests are a biologically diverse and productive ecosystem.
They're very important to us as human beings who happen to live near mangroves.
The mangrove is like a wall, we call it a buffer, that keeps back the strong force of wind that comes with an hurricane, and it also keeps back the high tide from entering into the community.
Mangroves control erosion, improve water quality, trap soil and sediments, protect coral reefs, and build up the land. They provide a nursery ground and habitat for fish, shellfish, and other species, as well as a refuge for marine animals. Jamaican mangroves present ecotourism opportunities and support local livelihoods.
The mangrove, it's where the fish them breed. Them hide the night, grow at night. No other predator can come and catch it. We have to protect it. Protect the fish that we can catch and make our money.
Mangrove forests are among the most carbon-rich ecosystems globally and play a critical role in the fight against climate change.
Mangrove forests can actually capture and retain and hold for an indefinite period the most carbon per unit of forest and prevent that carbon from causing harmful effects in our climate.
Jamaican mangroves are hardy and resilient, but are under threat from urban area expansion, industrial development, and other human activities.
Person used to use it for charcoal burning, feed animals or such. They didn't really know the importance. Now we know to protect it because it is protecting us.
Mangroves are important for our quality of life. We need to recognize their worth, value them, and allow them to thrive. Act now to protect and preserve the mangroves.
My connection to the forest is deeply rooted.
The forest means everything. It means life. It means existence.
Forests in Jamaica breathe life into an interconnected community of plants, animals, and other organisms. Covering 40% of the island, they form the backbone of the country. From the mountaintop to our shoreline, different types can be identified, including primary forests, untouched in their original state. The most biologically diverse ecosystems on Earth. There are also other broadleaf forests that have been affected by human interaction. Tall and short, open dry forests. Swamps and mangroves growing in a combination of fresh and salt water. All these forests nurture a wealth of endemic flora and fauna.
Our forests are really unique and special. You have the medicinal plants. We have a number of ferns. We have trees in our forest that exist nowhere else.
The Blue Mountains Forest Reserve is Jamaica's largest continuous block of natural closed broadleaf forest and the most significant source of water for the eastern end of the island.
We have so many species of endemic birds, the swallowtail butterfly, the Jamaican toad, and our beautiful water, as you can see around me.
The Cockpit Country is one of the largest remaining areas of wet limestone forest in Jamaica, with just over half covered by closed broadleaf forest. It supports the highest number of globally threatened species in the Caribbean and is the source of 40% of Jamaica's water.
Cockpit Country never dry. Can guarantee that. The tree is important to us as we important to the trees. The fresh air when I breathe at night, I have to use for an AC.
I love the trees. It gives you good health, you know? It's because of the air here, why I'm still here.
The forest is the bush of life. Sustain it, protect it, preserve it.
My connection to the forest is deeply rooted.
The forest means everything. It means life. It means existence.
Forests in Jamaica breathe life into an interconnected community of plants, animals, and other organisms. Covering 40% of the island, they form the backbone of the country. From the mountaintop to our shoreline, different types can be identified, including primary forests, untouched in their original state. The most biologically diverse ecosystems on Earth. There are also other broadleaf forests that have been affected by human interaction. Tall and short, open dry forests. Swamps and mangroves growing in a combination of fresh and salt water. All these forests nurture a wealth of endemic flora and fauna.
Our forests are really unique and special. You have the medicinal plants. We have a number of ferns. We have trees in our forest that exist nowhere else.
The Blue Mountains Forest Reserve is Jamaica's largest continuous block of natural closed broadleaf forest and the most significant source of water for the eastern end of the island.
We have so many species of endemic birds, the swallowtail butterfly, the Jamaican toad, and our beautiful water, as you can see around me.
The Cockpit Country is one of the largest remaining areas of wet limestone forest in Jamaica, with just over half covered by closed broadleaf forest. It supports the highest number of globally threatened species in the Caribbean and is the source of 40% of Jamaica's water.
Cockpit Country never dry. Can guarantee that. The tree is important to us as we important to the trees. The fresh air when I breathe at night, I have to use for an AC.
I love the trees. It gives you good health, you know? It's because of the air here, why I'm still here.
The forest is the bush of life. Sustain it, protect it, preserve it.
Transformation through social dialogue in collaboration with the European Union present the 25th Anniversary Climate Summit under the theme Climate Departure and Resilience. Is Jamaica ready for the journey?
So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the final session, and thank you all for coming in very quickly, and we will just get started with time itself. This is a session on climate change and sport, and I would like to just acknowledge our gratitude to the organizers for asking the Faculty of Sport at the University of the West Indies to preside this over this session. The Faculty of Sport has taken climate change as one of our major initiatives, kicked off by the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Lecture delivered by the then Prime Minister of Grenada, PM Keith Mitchell, who advocated many items on climate change and sport, which was then followed up by a UNDP grant-aided study on the climate's effect of sport in the Caribbean. Many of points of which you're going to hear about today. So I'd just like to introduce the panelists and we get straight into it. I'm Akshay Mansingh. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Sport. And I will admit that in preparing to come here today, I thought long and hard about what to wear, and the color association has only to do with the theme. However, I wouldn't let the irony of sitting in an air-conditioned tent wearing jacket and tie pass me, because here we are battling climate change and sport, and yet we have to think about our own actions. I also want to welcome especially the students, because to me that's the future. So those from the Queen School, if it's still called that, or is it the King School now? It's and those from the college after which Jamaica was named, I'd like to welcome you all especially. Just to point out that climate change is a serious issue. And as far as Winter Olympics are concerned, if we continue with the rate of temperature increase, only 8 of the 21 countries who held the Winter Olympics would be able to do so by the end of this century, because they'd be too hot. And on the other hand, I just come back from a tour where we played in conditions of 46 degrees centigrade, where people were dropping down simply because of the effects of climate. So it is real, and it affects sport in a big way. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our presenters who are going to come up to do 10-minute presentations, one after the other. Mr. Darren Ganga, who's our project officer at the Faculty of Sport and a former West Indies captain, as you know, is coming in from Australia. We did not fly him in because of the carbon footprint that would have caused. And so he arrived there yesterday just as the West Indies team was departing, and will be presenting for the first 10 minutes. Dr. Aldeem Facey, who's in charge of our academic programs and research at the Mona Academy of Sport. Dr. Rochelle Brown-Calvert, who's the head of the sports medicine section at the Mona Academy of Sport, will do 10-minute presentations, and then we go into our panel discussion, and I'll introduce the panelists then. So without further ado, over to Darren.
Thank you very much, Dean Mansingh, for that warm introduction. Greetings, everyone. I take it that all protocols were observed, so I adopt those said protocols. Greetings, everyone. As was mentioned, my name is Darren Ganga, Project Officer at the Faculty of Sport at the University of the West Indies. And, I see it as a privilege to be able to address you all at this summit. And of course, the theme, how fitting, climate departure and resilience. It's something that has been very high on the agenda for us as a Faculty of Sport. And today, I'd really like to address the topic in this segment of the actual summit, and that has to do with sport and the climate crisis. Dr. Mansingh did mention some of the elements of the crisis that we're facing, but of course, I'd like to dive a little bit deeper and just to highlight some of the sort of challenges that we're facing today in the field of sport. Just to give you a context to my involvement, of course, many of you would know me from representing West Indies cricket and Trinidad and Tobago. But of course, I take lead at the Faculty of Sport when it comes to special projects, when it comes to grant funding. And as Dean would have mentioned, we started this journey a long time ago using the former Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. Keith Mitchell, and his keynote speech at this Frank Warren Memorial Lecture. And in that said speech that he gave, he spoke about the responsibility that all of us in the Caribbean need to have as it relates to this climate change crisis. We set about securing funding for research to guide our actions as a faculty, and I'm happy to say that I led that charge on behalf of the faculty and the university, and we were able to secure funding from the United Nations Development Programme, where we were able to hire specialists in the field from out of the UK, a consultant company called TUSO. And TUSO went about scanning the entire Caribbean region and coming up with a strategic scoping study, which is a study that we have in its final iteration. And it's a study that continues to guide us as a faculty as we adopt the actionable items coming out of that study. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But for now, I'd like to touch on the phenomena associated with climate change that we experience in the landscape of sport. And it's doing so in a very material way. At the moment, there's extreme weather conditions and a host of effects related to this. You could recall, I'm sure, instances of heat waves. You think of Australia, you think of recently in the UK, where they have experienced high temperatures beyond what they've been accustomed to. Wildfires in the US, in Australia, have affected various tennis competitions and the scheduling of those sporting activities. And in effect, when we have those extreme weather situations occurring, it produces poor air quality, biodiversity loss. We suffer on the other side of it, droughts, rising sea levels, cyclones, excessive rainfall, enhanced disease risks. We, as a human race, have just experienced a global pandemic, which crippled all of us and our activities that we were accustomed to. So the evidence is there of that phenomena associated with climate change. And of course, the impact of this on sport is evident as well. You think of athletes and the health threats created from these extreme weather conditions. There's also the challenge for governing bodies and sporting promoters with scheduling of sporting events. If you follow the sport of football, you know that the upcoming FIFA World Cup, which is being held in Qatar, has to be scheduled at this time of the year to allow for those temperatures to be at a level where athletes could function, spectators could enjoy the entertainment. So you can't just plan a sporting activity without taking into consideration the weather conditions. In the past, we had the opportunity to have distinctive weather conditions throughout the year. Now that is no longer the case. You can't really say what is going to happen at a particular point in time. What that has also done, it has also created a challenge for people who manage the sporting infrastructure when it comes to sporting facilities, when it comes to managing and promoting sport and the facilities that we use to do so. Like island countries like ourselves in the Caribbean, facilities that are very close to the ocean shoreline. Because of that erosion of the shoreline, those facilities are being threatened because of the rising sea levels. You have facilities in areas where we're impacting on the biodiversity of those regions, and there is a ripple effect to that, which is significant. And we as responsible people need to recognize this crisis and to act on it. Today, of course, the discussion and this segment of the discussion has to do with the crisis and then whether or not sport is a contributor and or a victim of this climate change. And we will deal with first it being a contributor, and the response and answer to that is yes, sport is a contributor to this challenge and crisis that we're facing because of the large carbon footprint generated from sporting activities across the globe. So that is a given. It's a must. Research has shown us that. We continue to practice sport, but it, of course, contributes towards this large carbon footprint. How do we deal with that? Well, we must also recognize that with that crisis that I mentioned, sport is also a victim of climate change. So there is a balancing act that we must try to achieve as persons and responsible persons acting and functioning in the sporting landscape. So it's one, a victim, and two, a contributor. And we'll talk about the advocacy that is required for us to sort of achieve a carbon neutral goal, which is a very good starting point. So today, the crux of what I'm going to present has to do first with some of the steps we can collectively take to address the issues that I just mentioned, the crisis, one, and to bring that balance that is so required for us in the sporting landscape. And I'd start with first the need for governments and governing bodies for sport to launch and implement environment strategies to attempt a carbon neutral goal. As they always say, if you're trying to achieve something, you must at least have a goal of what you're trying to achieve. And we're advocating as a faculty of sport, as a region, that every sporting organization and stakeholder in sport should have a carbon neutral goal. And that is simply a target and an aim for incremental reductions in the size of your carbon footprint related to sport. However minute and minuscule that is, it's a step in the right direction. And that is one of the things that we are advocating straight away. There are examples that exist in the landscape. If you follow World Athletics and World Sailing, they have already actioned this type of adaptive approach. And it's something that we must try to encourage and inculcate in Jamaica, across the region. I must also say that as a faculty of sport, we've had preliminary discussions with a few sporting bodies in the Caribbean in order to push that policy making and implementation. So that's the first point I'd like to make as it relates to the steps that we must collectively take as it relates to sport and climate change. The second has to do with increased mitigation measures. As I mentioned before, there is a carbon footprint related to sport and sporting activities. And we must try to implement mitigation elements and measures. And that must be used across the sporting levels immediately. These include, but are not limited to, positive management of supply chains and manufacturing of items related to sport. So as simple as the apparel that you order for a sporting team, as simple as the sporting equipment that you order for your respective athletes. If you can just spend a little more time conducting a bit of research to find out what's the manufacturing process in producing those items, what elements and ingredients are being used, whether they are climate friendly, those things are very important in your decision making. And we advocate using suppliers who are more inclined to best practice in this regard, best practice as it comes to preserving the environment and ensuring that we have a more sustainable future. I can give an example. There are companies that insist that their manufacturing standards incorporate more sustainable materials and promote shorter environmentally friendly supply chains. We always hear this term, buy local, and that to some extent is helping in mitigating this challenge and adopting mitigating measures when it comes to sport and climate change, because you're couriering a product from, say, far across the east, maybe China. That in itself is transportation that is increasing the carbon footprint as against maybe a local supplier in Jamaica, in the region. By making a decision to purchase an item that is local or regional, you're making a positive step into mitigating measures to help in this crisis. The other point I'd like to make has to do with the need to redesign and adopt change management principles when it comes to building and management of sporting facilities to ideally reduce carbon emissions. I know we have in Jamaica mega sporting facilities. We also have recreational sporting facilities, and throughout the Caribbean region as well. There are numerous facilities that already exist, and many of these facilities are not adapted to be resilient to the changes that we're experiencing in terms of the climate and the extreme weather conditions that we're facing. What I would like to say is there are minimum standards that are set and best practices that exist out in the globe already. You think of the World Green Building Council, which is a fine example to follow. It's a global project working towards net zero emissions in the entire building industry by 2050. And these are initiatives which are quite open and which allows for anyone, as a matter of fact, to sign on and to commit towards activities aligned with what these sort of groups are advocating. So that's one.
Darren, sorry, Darren, we have 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay. So I'll try to proceed. I was going very, very slow. I'll try to move along a little bit faster. So again, there are codes that exist that you can adopt in terms of your building and management of sporting facilities. Second point has to do with upscaling, recycling as an innovation. That is something that you can adopt as it relates to sporting facilities, green waste management, and rainwater harvesting. We're all advocates of that type of initiative. The need for more renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind. St. Lucia's Iwanora Airport is solar powered, so too is the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore, India. Governments must also aim to decarbonize transport and incentivize it. Many of the carbon footprint that we experience in and around sport has to do with the droves of people that attend these sporting activities. How do we find a way to decarbonize it and to incentivize it with tax concessions? I see some Caribbean countries are using duty-free concessions for importation of electric cars and smarter cars. But at the end of the day, we must all work towards a shared understanding with partners that we need to collectively address this situation. We need to also further develop a governance framework to protect our land and oceans. The blue economy is an important aspect of life on the islands. And I must say the University of the West Indies recently signed an agreement with Antigua and Barbuda to establish a Center of Excellence for Oceanography and the Blue Economy at the Five Islands campus. So there are positive things happening in that regard. At the end of the day, we must also continuously partner with academic institutions to promote and support climate change and sport sustainability programming, because it's a new body of knowledge. It's evolving. We need to have people studying in the field so that they could conduct research that will guide and inform policy making, decision making at the highest of levels, the governmental level, and for that to be filtered down. The last thing is we want to make sure that sponsorship is provided in this area as well, to be able to address these issues, to be able to advocate, which is the last part of this segment of the panel discussion, the advocacy that is required. We feel that sport is a relatable platform for the common man. And if we promote this type of messaging using the medium of sport, we think we're able to reach to that common man, which is an important element in this whole quest of advocating and having this paradigm shift. We must collaborate in order to have those powerful messages about the educational side of this. Corporate social responsibility must be aligned to achieving that carbon neutral goal. And an example from us as a faculty of sport, we've reached out to recently the Caribbean Premier League for us to partner with them to ensure that the platform of cricket in the Caribbean is used for the positive messaging. So I know that my time is limited. I know that I have other colleagues who have to make contributions, but with that presentation, I'd like to conclude by saying that sport is a victim of climate change. It is also a contributor, and the way of us bringing that neutrality to the situation, of course, is with the advocacy and the action that is guided by research and empirical data. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to present, and I leave the floor open for any questions and for us to continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darren. And we're just going to continue with the presentation. So Dr. Aldim Facey will speak about the impact of sport on climate change.
Greetings, everyone. Okay, I'll continue with it. All right, so it is easy to imagine a scenario where climate change has an impact on sporting activities. Looking at the simple variable of temperature, if it's too hot, then it's not ideal for certain events. For example, a marathon. Can we all agree on that? But think about a scenario where sporting activities affect climate change. And by climate change, we're talking about the long-term shift in temperature and weather events. How can sporting activities have an impact on climate change? So I'm going to break this down in 3 broad categories: transportation, energy use, and sustainable resource management. Now, in the sporting arena, given that sporting activities cuts across all disciplines, it is very difficult to capture data that would provide all the information that we need regarding climate change, the contribution of sport to climate change. Sport cuts across sport law, civil engineering, it cuts across education. Here we have the Faculty of Sport. It cuts across health. So to capture data that will provide a broad perspective of the contribution of sport to climate change is very difficult. So we're going to focus on larger events. And we're going to look first at transportation. So looking at the Rio Olympics, and the World Cup in Russia, collectively, those events contributed almost 6 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions. That's a very large number, very large contribution to carbon dioxide emissions. The contribution of these 2 events only is so significant, and a majority of that was contributed by transportation of hundreds of thousands of participants to and from the host country, and of course the athletes as well. The second element that we mentioned is energy use. So at these large events, and I'm going to use the London Games as an example. At the London Olympic and Paralympic Games, the contribution of energy was approximately 311 metric tons of carbon dioxide. Again, another large number. And I use that example because in the London Olympic Games, there was an attempt to use that event as a model for sustainable sport development. They wanted to contribute approximately 20% of the energy utilization to renewable energy. Unfortunately, only about 9% of the energy that was used came from renewable sources. But that is to show you how impactful sport can be when it comes to negative contribution to climate change. So let's bring things here in Jamaica. It's very unfortunate that we have a dearth of information regarding sport contribution to climate change. So that's a call for more research action in Jamaica. The National Stadium, if you can recall about 10 years ago when there was some issue with GPS and they had to cut the electricity at the National Stadium, we got some insights regarding the contribution of energy utilization here in Jamaica. It costs approximately $5 million to keep the lights on for 1 month, right? This was 10 years ago when gasoline was cheap by today's standards, right? So you can imagine what that bill must be like right now. If anybody has an insight, you can, highlight that. The third thing is resource management. All the numbers that I just quoted do not include the cost to build infrastructure. So imagine, for example, Rio Olympics to build the stadium, the contribution to the negative contribution to climate change that such an infrastructure would have. They had to relocate 3,000 families just to build the stadium. So that is a major negative contributor. And we had also cases of, when we consider gears and sportswear, that's also a negative contributor when you consider impact on climate change. But finally, I want to give you an insight on how a sporting event may contribute more negatively to climate change. So we're looking at the FA Cup that was held in Russia. They looked at the ecological footprint, which is an aggregated measure of the global impact of natural resource utilization. In the FA Cup, they estimated that the ecological footprint was approximately 3,000 global hectares. Divided among the 71,000 patrons, that works out to be about 0.04 global hectares per patron or per capita. So to make a comparison, if the 71,000 persons stayed home, their contribution to their ecological footprint would be approximately 300 global hectares. So you're comparing 300 with 3,000. The difference here is about, 2,700? So if they stayed home, they would contribute 300. The event, 3,000. So should we allow all patrons to stay home? No. Nothing beats the experience of being at the Sabina Park, somebody hit a stick and you try to catch the ball, or being at the National Stadium and you're observing records being broken. That feeling, that excitement, nothing beats that. So I'm not advocating for a limitation in sporting events. I'm actually pushing for more. But how can we have that in a sustainable manner? Right? That is possible through, of course, the use of natural resources, and we'll talk about that shortly in the next presentation. So that is just to paint a picture of how sporting events can have a significant negative impact when it comes to the contribution to climate change. And I think I will end here for this presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Facian, and for catching up a bit as well. But phenomenal insight into the effect of sport on climate change. What you're now going to hear about is solutions for climate change, and then we, of course, have our panel discussion. So Dr. Rochelle Brown-Calvert.
Hi, good morning again, everyone. It's indeed a privilege to be presenting in this forum. So my two colleagues would have presented on the impact of climate change on sport and how sports affect climate change. Now, I'm just going to be going briefly through some of the solutions that sports can offer. All right, so the outline of the presentation, we'll be looking at the role of sport in addressing climate change, what are the international and national initiatives, as well as initiatives from government, non-governmental and private entities, and what solution we can offer in the Caribbean or Jamaican context. Now, the United Nations recommends that we reduce greenhouse gas emission by half by 2030 and to net zero by 2050 to maintain a livable climate. So what does that mean? It means that government,
Acorn
private
transformation
sector,
through social
different
dialogue.
entities have to take part in this action, and this is where sport comes in. As Darren would have mentioned, sport is both a contributor and a casualty of climate change. Now, what role does sport play? So sport spans a large geographical and socioeconomic reach, right? So it can be leveraged as a high impact yet a low cost solution for combating climate change. And how can we do this? Now, there is the opportunity to use sport as a tool, education tool to raise awareness. So we can actually have athletes as ambassadors, advocates that can bring the message home, bring the message across. Right? There were 105 Winter Olympians who actually signed a petition urging governments to tackle this matter of global warming. Sport can also be used to impact the behaviors and attitudes of everyone to take this matter of global warming as a serious matter. Now, in terms of international initiatives, there was the IOC, International Olympic Committee, that actually developed a sustainable strategy which aimed to make Olympic Games carbon negative by 2030. Now, that's a few years down the road. Is this something that's practical? Well, we just have to try and see. They wanted essentially to reduce the greenhouse gas emission for events that are associated with the Olympic movement. So Dr. Facey would have spoken about transportation to games and the large carbon footprint that would have contributed to, global warming. There is also the IOC actually mandates that candidates who are vying to host the Olympic Games, that they commit to climate action. And this may mean the use of renewable sources of energy such as solar and wind, or they use pre-existing buildings. So like in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, they actually used 60% of their buildings or facility were existing buildings, and they use renewable energy as part of that solution to climate change. Other international initiatives are the Global Communication Campaign, which speaks to how exactly is sport responding to this matter of global warming. And initiatives such as the Sport for Climate initiative was launched. Then there is the United Nations Sports for Climate Action Framework. Now, this framework essentially tries to get all the different initiatives together because, people or governments are operating ad hoc, in silo, doing their own thing. And so they want to ensure that this comes under one umbrella to say this is what sport is actually doing for the climate change or impacting climate change. Now, in terms of national initiatives, we want to engage our stakeholders, get their input in the designing, in the construction of energy efficient and sustainable sporting venues. Again, what can be done nationally, we can start with education and communication campaigns that will, spread the message, get the message out there to say this is what we can do. So I'll just briefly highlight a few examples of what has been happening in different countries. In the United States, the U.S. State Department Sport Diplomacy Division, they actually had an outreach where they sent professional athletes and coaches to different countries abroad to engage the youth at the community level to raise awareness about environmental sustainability. In Zambia, they had a tree planting initiative when the president of the IOC came, and so they integrated that as a part of their solution. There are other territories such as Palau, which got their persons to be involved in the talk about protecting the coastal regions and the mangrove areas. So these are ways we can leverage the persons or the human resources to impact climate change. Now, non-governmental and private entities also have a role to play. For example, there are clubs in Germany, football clubs that harvest the rainwater and use it to irrigate the fields, use it in the bathrooms. So these are strategies that persons are actually using. They have also implemented a single-use policy to reduce the wastage or reduce the help to keep the environment green, essentially. The England Forest Green Rovers Football Club, they also have been certified as a UN carbon-free team, and they have been implementing, rainwater harvesting, use of renewable energy, and building carbon-free stadium as part of their response to this matter of global warming. And again, what can be done at the Faculty of Sport? We have the sport academies. We can look at how we can implement or integrate sustainable environments into the sport curriculum. How do we get the information across to our students or student athletes, other stakeholders, implementing this into the curriculum so that the information can go forward? Now, this is just the slide just presents the top 5 green stadia in the world, and these stadia are going above and beyond in terms of implementing renewable energy sources, solar energy. They're harvesting the rainwater, and they're using different strategies to basically become more environmentally sustainable. Now, what can be done in the Jamaican or the Caribbean context? So, as mentioned before, in order to tackle the situation, we have to have a measure of what's happening. We have to know what our contribution to global warming is. It may be difficult, but that's where research comes in. So we have to measure and report data on greenhouse gas emission. We also want to set up the policy framework that will get different entities to act in accordance with what we are aiming to. All right, and there's also initiatives that we can implement so that sport can be more sustainable. Again, sport can be leveraged as an advocacy tool to raise awareness, and we can include, as I mentioned before, environmental sustainability into the curriculum. We also can look at starting to build sports venues that are carbon-free, looking at using renewable energy sources, solar, wind energy, harvesting rainwater to water the fields, used in the bathroom facilities. We can also look at use of artificial turf. At the Captain Horace Burrell Football Center, they laid an artificial turf, and that would help into preserving some of our green spaces and utilizing less water and being more energy efficient. We could look at hosting more events in the daylight hours. There's a move towards, nighttime events. And I mean, it's kind of weighing the balance because persons actually do that in order to, because the temperatures are much cooler at that time, but then you're looking at utilizing more energy. Unless we have another solution, which is the renewable source of energy, then this is something that we can consider. We can also look at wearing more environmentally friendly clothing or clothing that will trap less heat. We have to deal with the increased ambient temperatures, and this is something that we need to look at. It was mentioned in the U.S. Open that, they had to implement a heat policy where they took water breaks at the third and fourth quarters because it was so hot. That was in 2018. It was so hot. They had to deal with the increased ambient temperature, and they had to implement water breaks. So these are strategies that we can look at as well in terms of what we can do here in Jamaica. And Dr. Facey talked about the large carbon footprint associated with transportation of persons to sporting venues. So we can look at shuttle service to take persons carpooling. I mean, we're in a climate where a person may not be comfortable, it may not be safe, but these are some of the practical options that, we can look at in terms of combating climate change. So in summary, sports is both a contributor and a casualty of climate change, but sports can be leveraged as a high-impact, low-cost solution to climate change. It therefore means that we need to develop policy framework to tackle climate change, and this is an important initiative. However, practical solutions such as renewable source of energy, rainwater harvesting may become necessary for us as Jamaican and Caribbean nationals. Thank you.
Excellent presentations to set the stage for the panel discussion. Just to point out that you've heard about a lot of ways that sport affects the climate and vice versa. Just to point out, we're not major sort of emitters in the Caribbean. You'd heard that already. But the global emission from sport is greater than that of the emission of Barbados. That was as a country. So sport has a big carbon influence. And the question is, how do we get around that? There are a lot of things that we can look at, and even the Jamaican scenario. You saw Stadia there. Almost 8 years ago, Mr. Milton Samuda, myself, and the Jamaica Cricket Association board looked for partners in providing energy solutions for Sabina Park. There you've got a massive roof space. You've got unending wind energy. And we wanted a partner who could put up panels, put up windmills, to showcase renewable energy, number one. Number two, to produce energy to provide the needs of Sabina Park. And number three, within a 1 kilometer radius, you've got 4 high schools: Kingston College, St. George's College, Alpha Academy, and Trinity High School. Why don't we just provide the excess energy to those schools as an initiative on behalf of the government? We could not find one partner. And yet that offer is still open because that's how you show it. In the meantime, as you would have heard in the presentations, Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore not only became a completely neutral stadium, both in energy in terms of electricity and water harvesting, but sort of took the idea and within a year they'd resurface their entire roof into solar panels and so on to show that it could be done. So moving on to the panel discussion, we've got two additional persons joining along with our presenters. One is Laurie Sharp, who is joining us from Barbados. Is Laurie online? So Laurie is a Jamaican cyclist, and I think, if my memory serves me correctly, the first female to be a fully professional cyclist from Jamaica. She is currently pursuing her bachelor's in sports sciences in Cave Hill and has maintained her position on the dean's list throughout her 3 years that she's been in the faculty. But she actually now plays out of Spain as a professional cyclist. And of course, we have world-renowned sport marketer, Carol Beckford, who are going to join us in the discussion. Laurie, are you there? I'm just trying to see if she's online. She is. So I'm going to just start off. Here. Yeah, lovely. I'm just going to start off the discussion by saying, first, we would like to invite comments and questions as well. But Laurie, I quickly want to just pose something to you. You've cycled in the Caribbean, you've cycled in Spain, you've cycled all over Europe. Have you seen an effect of climate change in your sport? By the way, she was a triathlete until about 2 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that just this past year, I would say that, yeah, you definitely see the effects of climate change. With me being based in Spain for majority of the year, at the beginning it was like maybe about 5 degrees, and then by summer it was upwards of 40, sometimes 44 degrees. So you definitely.
There's an effect of climate freezing. While we try,
like how drastic it does. Sometimes your motivation to train as well, but yeah, you can definitely see that there has been a great deal of that climate change has done a great deal towards cycling.
Okay, quick questions. How do you deal with warm temperatures and cool temperatures in your own discipline?
Could you repeat that, please?
How do you deal with different temperatures in cycling? You personally?
Okay, for when it's colder, you just layer more, like just wear thicker and just more clothing in general. And when it's warmer, you just wear less and lighter clothing.
What about hydration?
Yeah, of course, hydration is always important regardless. But I think a lot of the times athletes don't fully appreciate hydration when it's a bit colder because you don't always feel the need to. And I mean, when it's extremely hot now, you just can't get enough water or any sort of hydration. But yeah, regardless, hydration is extremely important.
So last question to you, not posed this to you before, so I'm going to give you a bit of time to think about it. How can cycling affect climate change? What measures can be taken to positively affect climate change in cycling? Any ideas on that?
Yeah, I mean, I was reading an article in preparation for that question, and it started off with saying stepping off the gas and onto the bike pedal. And I think that's one of the best things we can do to help mitigate the effect of climate change. So, I mean, with the presentations that we've had previously, I think we can all appreciate that this is a severe crisis. And as such, we must actively implement solutions. And I think cycling is one of the best measures to mitigate, and the use of cycling is one of the best ways to mitigate the effects of climate change. So whether that's just the push from governmental bodies or social institutions to just commit themselves both politically and financially to have a safer and a more committed and even just readily accessible use for cycling. And I think that with that sort of push for an increased use of cycling, we can, of course, have cleaner air and just hopefully a less drastic temperature change.
Sure. Thank you very much, Laura. We're going to keep you online because I hear there's some questions online that we'll get to in a bit. Just to point out that different sports obviously have a different carbon footprint. Motorsports would have a totally different footprint from cycling. Yet, the emissions in cycling from those cars that follow the cyclist is enormous. And an advocacy towards electric cars, for example, to be used in that sphere, or to use renewable bottles or recyclable bottles as opposed to plastic bottles for hydration. Little things that can affect the entire carbon footprint and obviously recycling of waste materials are things that we've got to put thought into in every sport. I'm just going to move over to Carol Beckford. And Carol, I know you have a lot to say, but the first thing that I'm going to ask you about is about advocacy in the Caribbean. And advocacy for climate change, how do you market that?
Well, thanks, and I'm happy to be here. The first thing is that when we're, as a marketer, in planning for sporting event, all the things that you've spoken about have to be taken into consideration. The climate, are you going to go inside, are you doing outside, and then the weather. And the point you brought up about the Winter Olympic hosts, that 8 of the 21 won't be able to host, it's a massive thing for us.
Only 8 will be able to host.
Will be able. And so when you're asking for partnerships, some of those brands that would likely to come on are affected. And they will say to you, it must be held in a jurisdiction that they have greatest reach, because at the end of the day, that is the focus for them. But the truth is, we have to get our athletes like Laurie, and I'm quite impressed by her sound knowledge of the information, to become advocates and ambassadors. But how we do that, we bring about a greater awareness. I noted in the top 5 stadia across the world that has the top 5 green stadia, there are 2 of those places that we have bilaterals in Jamaica, and I would encourage some of the influencers in this room, which include yourself, Dr. Mansing, Atlanta and London. The bilaterals exist with Jamaica at several levels, and the Mercedes-Benz Stadium is a new facility, upgraded facility. Atlanta and Montego Bay have been sisters since, I think, 1978. And so there is no excuse for us not to be acknowledging the protocols and establish the collaborations which are needed. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London, I think that's where we had the Olympics. And so Jamaica performed extremely well, and I'm sure the UK government. So I'm saying, while it is a far reach for us as a nation, there are some simple collaborations that we can start, and all these facilities are surrounded by schools and academic institutions. So while we work on the awareness and so on, I think there are people in positions that can influence some of these collaborations that will help us in the future, because clearly we don't have the resources, financial resources per se, to do a lot of the things, especially now we're fighting crime. And sport, like most things, is at the bottom of the table. But we have to enforce, or we have to coerce and reiterate how important such a mass activity is for a society.
We have, as a region, been punching our weight above our level at sport.
Absolutely.
And therefore the use of advocacy. Now, Black Lives Matters movement provided a lot of insight into some injustices socially. Do we take on a campaign for climate change through our sporting organizations and teams, whereby we demonstrate, just as we did for Black Lives Matter, matters of climate change? And how do we create that?
Oh yes, because I think the Caribbean as a whole is now at its peak with regards to athletic performances globally. And when I say athletic, I mean all the sports. We have never had as many professional athletes globally in, I think, up to 23 sporting disciplines globally. And I think now is as good a time. So what it means, here's a role for the University of the West Indies. Here's a role for CARICOM. You know how I feel about my Caribbean institutions. Here's a role for Jamaica, that we use some of our retired athletes that are still very active, and maybe it's a good example to use the West Indies cricket team to get their butts back in shape, because they still want to listen to us. I mean, the World Cup is not, although India and Pakistan are watching in terms of numbers, the West Indies not being there is missing that little extra. And I think that we can cement our places globally by advocating for things that have wide reach, and climate change is one of the things that we could use.
Any other comments from you before we go to the questions? Because we have a few questions lined up online and I'm sure in the audience.
Dr. Gail Ranglin spoke clearly about nutrition, and I think Laurie just mentioned it. Whether it's cold or hot, you need just as much hydration. And injury to athletes has been one of probably the most unrecognized, but something that is really affecting. You know, when we play matches in the day, as Dr. Calvert suggests, versus when we play when it's cooler, some of our athletes don't adjust. So a public awareness in terms of updating your curriculum and so on is something, but it's an all-round program, and it means that we're going to have to be very serious. And sport affects just about everybody, so the public awareness and education is critical.
Just before we go to the questions, just to point out, as you've heard over and over again, the biggest contributor to climate, to carbon emissions in sport is transportation of people, seconded by probably where they stay and what they do. And here's a chance for advocacy, not just to have campaigns like Black Lives Movement, climate change matters as well, but to have people actively point out carbon neutral hotels where spectators can stay, carbon neutral stadia where events can be held, and actually use advocacy of those people who are paying attention to the climate as favorable partners in sport, as opposed to those who are looking at it for the advertising dollar. A lot that can be done for advocacy. Questions online first?
Okay, so the first question is, what does a carbon-free sports venue look like?
What does a carbon-free sports venue look like? Who would like to take that on? Darren, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I guess it has to do with quite a few elements. One is the use of renewable energy to power all systems in and around that facility. Secondly, I think the respect for the biodiversity in and around that geographic space. Oftentimes we tend to treat that flippantly, but when you're building a sporting facility, you must know where you're building this facility, what impact it's having on plant life, animal life, and all those things that go in and around that facility. Recycling, how you manage recycling and the use of plastic products and all the products that spectators and athletes alike utilize, how that goes through the process of being recycled and being fitted back into what is now called a circular economy. Water harvesting, how do you utilize water, capture water, utilize that to recycle it in its operation. Again, in terms of management of that facility, how your decision making when it comes to rentals, when it comes to management principles, how do those things relate to being climate smart, climate friendly. So it has to be from a strategic an operational perspective and also from an environmental perspective. Those are, to me, some of the critical elements that a facility of such type should have.
And just to point out, what a carbon neutral stadium doesn't look like is what we're going to have in Qatar, where they're going to be air conditioning the stadia for World Cup football, or what we have in the north and south of the world, where you have to heat the stadia for spectators and players. So here we are ideally placed in the Caribbean to project ourselves as carbon neutral stadia for big events, except we don't have renewable energy strategies and we don't have water harvesting, two things that other countries in the similar tropical belt do have. So it's food for thought, because we really should be advocating for a lot of these big events. Question number 2.
How do you balance climate change adaptation and the effects of sporting programs regionally? For example, how do you select which countries will be selected for cricket to maintain the fans but to also consider climate change?
Excellent question, because in that is the sponsorship dollar, political clout. I mean, once again, she's talked about cricket, but if we just think about the Qatar World Cup, how did they get it? What were the influences behind them being selected, etc., etc.? Carol, you want to take on that one?
Well, because we're battling, although we're in a small environment and we're battling with all the things you just referred to, the truth is, when the bigger teams, and cricket is a good example, when Australia, India, or England are coming, it is the venues that have the hotel rooms, essentially is the hospitality. Nothing else is thought about. Because when you go to Dominica, for example, and you have the hotel the ride to the closest hotel is an hour. We don't want to entertain people and have them travel that far. So there are so many things that we take for granted in the region. The truth is, one country has to step out of its comfort zone and just really go rogue, essentially, and decide that we're going to use renewable energy. We have to build or retrofit an venue in the Caribbean that represents all of this, get the support from an international funding agency, and say this is what it should look like. And unless we do that, we're going to still have the same issues over and over.
I have approximately 8 minutes left for this session. So are there any questions in the audience? Is that one in the back? I can't tell. No? Any comments, students? No? Okay. So just to wrap up, I'm going to ask everybody just to give a one-sentence summary of what you would want to say as a parting word, and then I'll just do my wrap-up as well. So let's start with the virtual people. They're not virtual people, believe me. Laurie, quick comment as to your parting thought.
I don't know, just as kind of biased, but just ride more and drive less.
Good. Good point. I will point out, I was just in Barbados with Laurie last week. I just came back yesterday. Happy to see all of the electric buses that they have there. Darren, all the way from Australia.
Yeah, I would like to say that we must infuse climate smart focus in everything that we do. We must support research and innovation and adaptation. And those innovative measures must become a way of life. We need to get more deeply involved in this climate fight. It's not an organizational action only that is required. We need to take steps as individuals to effect this type of change required for us to sustain sport in today's world.
Thank you. I hear there's one more question, so I'm going to take that before we move to the panelists here.
The worst sports for the environment include skydiving, massive release of carbon footprint, golf, water consumption and chemicals needed, auto racing and other motor vehicle sports, and other motorized water sports. How prevalent are these sports in the Caribbean, and how can we mitigate against the negative effects of these sports on the environment?
That's a brilliant question, because the whole talk of motorsports, for example, people are contemplating an electric Formula One circuit, and it's not going down too well. But the point is, yes, we do accept that there are many sports which will have an effect on the environment. The question is, how can you reduce that, and how can you give back? There are many ways of doing it. I've been to industry, where pharmaceutical industries, where every time a guest comes there, he has to plant a tree. Now, those are measures that actually make things more environmentally friendly. As far as golf is concerned, I'm happy to say that we've just signed an MOU with a partner in Australia to do turf management and facility management courses around the Caribbean. And this is to reduce the water consumption. This is to reduce fertilizer, to look at our own grass types. So the first part of that program is for them to come and see what we have before they tell us what to do, because obviously it's a partnership. So clearly there are things you can do to try and reduce that. Coming down to our panelists now, we're starting with Rochelle. Parting thoughts.
Well, I would want to say we should leverage, human resources in the form of our athletes who can be the voice of advocacy, whereby sports is used as a solution to climate change. So utilize our athletes.
Dr. Facey.
Yes. I like to think of sport as a part of Jamaica's culture. And if you imagine the only thing that can put a stop to activities in Halfway Tree, say for a natural disaster, is probably Usain Bolt running in the 100-meter final. Or Shelley, of course. So the impact of sport on our culture is so significant that we must consider its sustainability as we move forward and develop policies for sport.
And Carol?
Since sport is such a unifying tool for everything else, sport for peace, sport for culture, I say let's use sport as a unifying tool for climate action, or, to reduce all that is there, because we're clearly a significant portion of the membership of sport globally. And people actually listen to us more than we know. So I think we should continue to advocate for change.
So I think the word out there is advocacy for change. That's going to start through education, through sensitization, through awareness of our practices and the environment. For example, as I came and I told you I wore a shirt only because you don't want to be pumping up the AC and you don't want to be wearing jackets. In Bangladesh, civil service banned the use of a suit, and a shirt, and a jacket and a tie almost a decade ago. And it's reduced by significant percentage your electricity bill in government offices. So we've got to think about it. We've got to advocate about it. I'll part with some of the things that Darren had mentioned: advocacy, mitigation measures, redesign and adapt change, upscaling and recycling, and sponsorship. And added to that, all of the measures that we've heard from all of our panelists. I'd like to thank everybody for being part of this session and for everybody for listening beyond the time that was supposed to be the closing time. But sport has an effect on the climate. Sport can be affected by the climate, and we've got to find the happy medium. Thank you very much.